And here's a beautiful view of the Chicago skyline as we get ready to introduce the D2 and D1 Midwest Championship. Today, though, we are starting out with the Detroit versus Milwaukee team. Blistering cold conditions today, but we're about ready to see some brutal hits. Amber, what can we expect today from both the Detroit RC versus Milwaukee Scylla?
Yeah, we're expecting a strong game. The forwards really need to back it down and really focus on making it first, especially to the defensive line. We're excited to be there. It's a great game for both sides.
Yeah, today we're going to expect a lot of pressure coming in from both teams. As we see here already off to the races. We've got big hits already coming in from this side. Milwaukee with the ball on the left in blue. Big pressure though coming in as they continue to move past the 40. Still driving through contact, doing a lot with the forwards, but it looks like it's a turnover ball. And turnover coming in, big counter ruck. However, there's a lot of pressure at the breakdown. Both teams battling it out, and it's back in Milwaukee's hands. The number 7 taking it to the line right from the get-go. A little wayward of the pass, but the 10 gathers it cleanly. She's got space to burn. They used a looping pass, still moving her feet. Outside center, right at the 40. Ball's available, but the 12 moves it away. Ball movement looking very promising, and we've got a line break as she punches through the middle. A big hit coming in. Defense putting on the pressure. Going speed again as they attack right in between the 40 and the 22. This is the 6th phase now. The number 18 trying to use some evasive float, pumping her legs, driving forward. And the pass hits the deck, pressure again as the swarm. Could we have our first turnover of the game? Referee blows it up, and that will be a not releasing penalty going in favor of Detroit. Amber, a lot going on right off of the bat in this first game.
Yeah, you can notice Detroit, keeping that defensive integrity. Milwaukee's, having good phases, really building the phases, but they just keep coming up with good line speed and making good hits. Even when they got a good break, their recovery to get back on defense and their line structure was pretty impressive.
And here we see them back now. The first time that Milwaukee has been in their own end. The counter rucks coming in from Detroit are really putting them on the back foot. But we see more counter rucks coming in. Another turnover again. Detroit protecting the rucks and dominating at contact. And they're off to the races again. Now in Milwaukee territory, but unfortunately a knock on of a referee. Voices a knock coming in through the gate. And now it'll be right back in Detroit's hands.
It's a good battle building there. Milwaukee, with the good attacking offense, a lot of phases, and Detroit just coming with good defense. It's kind of, giving them a lot of credit. Maybe even getting some points here.
Yeah, perfect body height coming in from Detroit, really doing a good job of getting in that space. However, penalty was reversed according to the play that the referee probably consulted some of his ARs, saw something from the sideline, but line out now will go to Milwaukee right outside of the 50. First throw in of the match. Milwaukee's able to field it cleanly right off of the top. The 9 throws a little dummy, decides to take it to the line herself. They're at the 50, but again, that counter ruck coming in from Detroit. They are all lost today, right at the 50. This is a brutal contact at the ruck. Both teams vying for possession. Good ball movement, though, coming in from Detroit. The 12, however, loses the ball in contact. Milwaukee now with ball in hand. Referee, though, decides to blow it up. Looks like it's a knock on.
Yeah, knock on advantage there to Detroit. Man, I'm really liking how they're spreading the ball around, just really attacking each other. Like, very impressive first 10, 15 minutes of this game. Really exciting to watch.
And we'll have a scrum here on the 50. It will be a Detroit put in. Will we see the contact of the forwards here in this first scrum?
That piece is going to be real important. We're going to see so far. Which one's more dominant. I think that's going to play a lot of get a lot of good results later in the game.
Good ball movement coming in from the scrum at the 50. It's now within the outside center's hands. She does a little chip kick over the top. Contact there, tinkering on the sideline. But Milwaukee able to move it to an awaiting forward. Continuing to work the phases. They decide to try and take it right into the heart of Detroit. A good ball movement coming in, but the pressure. Detroit now with the ball. She's got a 2v1, moves it to the 15. She's unable to put on the gas because of a backwards pass, but Detroit still with ball in hand. However, Milwaukee called for a knock on by the serve. It'll be a Milwaukee put in after a Detroit knock on.
Really exciting passage of play there. I thought, one more pass could have been a try there, but as you see, defense giving them returns again, giving them a lot of good credit. Strong defense turnover, and now they're in Milwaukee's 22 with a strong scrum. What goes on, that happens.
Yes, this is definitely a point of pride for Detroit as they are within their 5 meters right outside of the try zone. Detroit put in from the number 9, Danny Lugo. Moves it to the number 10 who flashes a dummy. She rounds the corner. It's a simple fend. She gets over for the first try of the match, Detroit.
I love to see it, man. Nothing better than a dummy try. You move the ball, and you score. I think a nice little drive, opened up with the red seat.
And number 10, Blair Rush. Just a simple little ball movement. It's transferring the ball away from the contact as she dishes the fend. Ensures that her team's going to get that first try. You can see the look of determination. Detroit came to play as we get set for the conversion.
Hello, can you guys grab garbage bags from the facility and any umbrellas or blankets? It started snowing, so I'm worried about the equipment. Thank you.
Kick comes off of the right, and it is good. A very hard kick to make coming from the number 14.
That was a very impressive kick from the corner there. It's all about keeping the points ticking. And, it's nice to get 7 instead of 5. And a lot of times towards the end of the game, you'll see, especially in close games, that kicking piece, who has a better kicker, who can make posts throughout the game, will pay dividends.
Yes. And the number 10 again for Detroit, Emily Franchuk, just absolutely showing her determination. And a kick looks to have gone straight out, coming from the 50. Unforced error happening from Milwaukee as this will turn possession right back over to Detroit, who shows a lot of promise with ball in hand. Yeah.
Looks like the ball didn't travel 10.
Rolls right on out of bounds, and we will have a scrum reset right at the 50 with the put in to come from Ariana Castillo, the captain of Detroit. She's been everywhere this game, doing a good job of ball movement. Put in coming. Amen has to dig for it as Milwaukee's able to put on a lot of pressure at scrum time. She's met heavily. Pressure coming in from the number 9 on the opposing side from Milwaukee. Kayla Hensel, the clash of the captains as we have the ball go right into the try zone. It doesn't find it out the back, and Milwaukee forced to touch it down in their own try zone.
Yep, 22 there. That's one of those new rules that it's kind of, I think, confuses people. Like, if you drop 22s behind the goal line as opposed to above or behind the 22 now. So you don't get as much advantage, as a team tapping it down.
Unfortunate, though, to not find touches. Detroit finding themselves in prime real estate to score. They're about 2 meters outside of their try zone. They elect to go around on the right, powering over a strong latch as they fight for contest over the ball. The try scorer, number 10, gives it back inside to an awaiting forward. The number 8 continuing to power through. Brooke Graffenberger, another captain for this Detroit side. Ball movement looking promising from them. The number 12 dishes back inside to her back row player. A lot of interchange happening with the backs and their forwards. Elects to go for a pick and go. Milwaukee's waiting though, a whole tide of blue. Putting in numbers into the ruck, trying to force the air coming in from Lugo.
Oh, the number 10.
The number 10 almost spots a gap, but Milwaukee doesn't give her that room. They're right outside of the try zone, about 2 meters out. The ball moves with the number 13. A big step inside happening from the number 14, Madeline Miller. She's about 2 meters outside. A fend and a dish back inside, looking for the offload, but unable to find it. Ball is bobbled right outside of the try zone. Milwaukee not giving an inch to this Detroit side. They've been within the 2 meter for the past 30 seconds, but a little step back inside from the number 8, Milwaukee, all over. Almost in touch. Is she in lava? But the referee calls it, blows it back up, says the try is held up, and Milwaukee will kick from Detroit to Detroit.
An impressive 10 minutes so far. I looked up at the clock and realized we're only 10 minutes into this game, and it's been exciting so far. And that's the first time Milwaukee had to have a nice defensive stand there. I'm showing a little bit of their durability to beat Detroit out.
And ball movement, again, working through its way of the Detroit side. Step back inside. They look like lightning out here on this cold day in Chicago, continuing to round on the right-hand side, looking for the forwards, but Milwaukee putting on a wave, continuing to fight through. But it's picked up cleanly by Detroit. Again, continuing to take it into the heart of Milwaukee. There's a battle, though, at the ruck. Referee gives the advantage to Milwaukee.
Good defense there. It's a good defense.
What we see here, dragging the player to ground and pulling the ball closer. That's how she's able to work into that space so quickly, and Milwaukee is successful. They're able to kick it out of bounds and find themselves right on the 22 with a line out to come for Milwaukee.
Ryan, is it okay if I lower it a bit to get the trash bags?
Right off of the top it goes to a number 9 who gives it to a forward. She takes it right back into the line out space.
Hello?
Ball movement coming from the 9. There was a little switch, however, not able to handle the pass, and now Detroit is on the attack. Using her fend, trying to power through, but again, Milwaukee showing no give. Massive gaps opening up, but unable to spot those. The pressure coming in from Milwaukee. Uses a basketball pass, alley-oop. Tries to give it to the number 15 who cuts back inside, and again, we have a contest at ruck time, right at the 22. Detroit not making many meters. And a strong latch happening. Gets them right over the 22 in front of the post. Lugo gives it to the 10, who has perfect ball movement to the number 15 as she rounds around the corner. The number 15 for Detroit. That is Brittany Salter Sheridan. She gets over the line for another Detroit try, bringing the score 12-0. Milwaukee not showing much of an answer for this side.
Yeah, what an impressive pass right there. I mean, she scored a try earlier in the game, and now, I mean, obviously the 15 scored, but that pass, a little skip pass that was just super impressive when we were watching it again here. Just kind of, boom, shoots across the defense, finds the space, puts 15 through. Big team was able kind of do a little dance, put it away for number 5 here.
Very impressive skill coming in from Emily Franchuk again, really demonstrating her energy and the passes.
Emily's the number 10?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to write her name down. I think we're going to probably say it a couple times today.
Kick coming in from Miller. She's unsuccessful with the conversion. She was able to slide it in on the right-hand side, unable to field it on the left. Again, we have another replay coming. Emily Franchuk.
Yeah. As we talked about the defense right there, in the beginning of the game, we talked about keeping your defensive structure. You notice right there, that's really why Detroit was able to score. Milwaukee kind of didn't cover numbers, didn't keep their respected space. And number 10, Emily, was able to just find that space and put her teammate through.
And we're right off to the races as Milwaukee puts on big hits on this Detroit side. Continuing to bowl right over, bottling them up in contact, but they're able to get the ball to their number 10, but she's unable to gather the pass, does a little forward roll, showing the defensive pressure coming in from Milwaukee.
I jinxed you.
Here again, we see the pressure, just pumping the legs through the contact. Milwaukee having no give, just suffocating this side. Takes her eyes off the ball for just a split second, and that's where the bobble happens. We see this athletic roll. She's able to get up. That would have been a pretty big hit coming in from Milwaukee. Scrum right outside of the 22, and it'll be a Milwaukee put in, but Detroit putting on a little bit of movement. Milwaukee able to walk the scrum over, and we've got good movement, a little fend rounding the corner. Can they answer back? The number 13 for Milwaukee gets a try over. Oh, my apologies. Right outside, I thought we were really close.
Yeah, I thought the flags were going to try as well. She kind of slid in like she scored.
Unfortunate. However, referee still telling Detroit to work back to get onside. This is a little dummy out to Milwaukee. Again, the almost try scorer, number 13, gives it to a forward who cuts back on the inside. Looking for runners, she finds one within her forwards, and they'll continue to punch right into Detroit, getting some really good ground around the breakdown. And here we have some pick and goes. Big hit coming in though from Detroit, straight to ground for Milwaukee. Trying to second the forwards, it goes to the backs. The number 12 gives it back in. She's met right at the try line, and that will give them the try they deserve. Milwaukee gets it over for their first try of the match, bringing the score 12-5.
That was a very important try from Milwaukee there. They had to answer. Detroit had put two tries in. They didn't have any tries. Also, if you're looking, you're starting to see Milwaukee's dominance in the scrum, and that's kind of giving them a lot of returns there. They were able to dominate in that scrum pushover, and I gave them a good forefront ball. And then they were able to break with the number 13, and a little bit of work from the forwards later. Boom, try time.
That try scorer, Beth Corney, able to get a try over for Milwaukee. They'll want that before entering into the next 20 minutes of this first half here for the D2 Women's Championship. Kick coming. Looks as if she was just right in front. Conversion no good. Still leaving our score 12-5 again. We see here the ball movement coming from Milwaukee. It's this little inside step coming in from the number 10. She spots a little flat-footedness of the defense. And like a dart, she finds her way right on in there. Milwaukee showing that they are here for the last 20 minutes of this D2 Women's Championship. Playing with a lot of aggression right off the bat. It is extremely cold. You can see people on the sidelines bottled up, bundled up in all of their winter gear. However, these women have come to show some aggressive behavior. It's lit. Pick to come coming from Detroit. Boots it, and it's a high kick. Finds its way right within the hands of the Milwaukee in their 22. Able to make their way out. However, the ball is bobbled. and Milwaukee trying to force a turnover there after Detroit was able to pick up the ball, and they're able to be successful as they continue to work the ball through the hands. Goes to the number 12, the number 10, our try scorer. However, Detroit
high tackle.
Referee brings it back for a high tackle. Milwaukee looking as if they wanted to go quick. Showing a little bit of gusto there.
Yeah, I don't know if that would have been the best decision where they're at on the field to tap in there, especially with the scoreline and just starting to get a little bit of momentum. I mean, I like this decision of him kicking it for touch, having the line out, sending it back to look at the set piece play.
Sometimes it's the thought that counts. Sometimes you just want to look like do something with the ball. That comes from your number 9, Kyla Hensel, the captain of this Milwaukee side. Just trying to show a little pep in her step. But a line out comes. A little bit of a contest in the air, but Milwaukee able to run it up through their forwards right at the 50. There's a contest at the breakdown again. Detroit trying to win that space, however, unsuccessful as Milwaukee tries to move it through the hands. We have a gap here coming again from the try scorer, number 10, Picorni. Can she make it over again for another try? She'll dot it down. Little shove at the end coming from Detroit, 12-10, Milwaukee. That's 2 tries now to Picorni's name. Just impressive play from her.
Yeah, super impressive. The forwards hit it up there off the set piece. Like we said, that's the decision we want as opposed to the tap and go in my eyes. Because these are the things you're able to do, hit a forward up, then go to your back line and just, they're able to create some magic back there.
Or just a little eye through the gap. She uses the ball to do the work, but it's the speed. It's the determination, continuing to pump her legs as she shows that she is determined to make it to that try zone. Not once, but twice just for emphasis. A little contest with the 10s that are in the back of the try zone.
Yeah, I like that 10 on 10 crime right there.
Kick to come from Milwaukee on the left-hand side, almost in the exact same spot that Picorni was successful. Can she got it through for a second round? She is successful. That brings us for 12-12. We have a tie ball game again. Detroit just trying their best to get in the ruck time, but they're unable to. It's this little looping play that comes from the 12, and the number 10 right off of the hip is just able to work through, dishes a fend to create that separation. She doesn't need much separation after that. She's off to the races. Braid flowing. Picorni, the pickle-loving teacher, will get it over for her second try. And after getting that successful conversion, it'll bring the score 12-12.
Oh, man, what a game. That's exciting. Only 20 minutes in, too. We still got good 60 left.
And we'll have a kick at the 50 coming from Detroit, again having to put on the pressure. They elect to go right at the 10. And again, we see those big hits coming in right off the bat from Detroit, looking to turn over this ball, but Milwaukee doing a good job of maintaining possession, running it up through their forwards again. The number 12 finds a little gap, defend. She wants some of her own, continues to pump her legs. She's met right at the 50 with an offload off of the back, but referee notices an obstruction, and unfortunately after that long line break, it will go to Detroit for a kick.
The Milwaukee really starting to get their rhythm here, though. They're starting to see them. The momentum has almost shifted initially Detroit. I think had the momentum, and now we're just going to see the shift slowly to Milwaukee. 2 unanswered tries, a little break right there, unlucky turnover, but it's game.
Yeah, both Bruni and Picorni finding success around that 10-12 gap. Detroit not having an answer just yet. However, Detroit having an answer that they are going to quick tap and give a dish to their forwards waiting for the contact. About a 10-meter gap. She's got a lot of room to build up some speed. Number 8, Bree Lane.
So this is maybe a more acceptable place for a tap and go in their half a little bit.
However, curse of the commentator, they elect to go ahead and move it to the 10, who does a little chip kick and also fields it cleanly. She's right there, right in within the 22, showing impeccable skill and promise. Oh, the clash of the 10s. Emily Kranchuk again. Watching, it looked as if they were going to go to the forwards, but Lugo giving it to an anticipating 10. She sees some space right behind Milwaukee with that defensive line, comes up and she spots a little gap. However, the defense coming in from Milwaukee stopped Detroit right within the 22, and they're back with the ball in hand. And ball movement coming in from Rooney, again trying to dish the front. Rooney moves it away, however, unfortunate bobble there right within the 22 will get Detroit back this ball. And Detroit with another opportunity to try and extend their lead here in the D2 championship. We see the Fen. She notices the prop right off the bat. The mismatch. A little prop off the number 12 gave her that separation, but we see her the no-look pass coming in from the 15 from Milwaukee. She's unable to connect with her winger, who had a lot of space to burn. Ashley Keel looked like she was ready to go off to the races. However, Detroit now will be with the ball in hand.
This will be interesting because, Milwaukee's starting to have the dominance in the scrum. And even though it's Detroit, I reckon Milwaukee really try to push them in and take a split over.
Both teams really vying for possession over the breakdown. It'll be a good contest for the scrum as they get set. Ball worked through the channel. Not too much pressure coming in as they're able to move it off of the base. It goes through the number 12. She tries to give it to the number 15 on Detroit, but she's met heavily, and Milwaukee now with the ball decide to go ahead and pick and go. She's able to find some real estate there, but Detroit working to try and get over the ball, and they're unsuccessful.
Oh, turnover.
Referee calls it back for a knock-on advantage. Coming in from the number 15 on Detroit, who's waiting for a pass from Alexandra Bull. But unfortunately, Salter shared and just not able to take in that pass. And Milwaukee now will have it put in right outside of their 22. Probably looking to get out of this end.
Yeah, for sure. This is the moment where we perfect on a good little platform off the scrum, get it to your 10 or your 15, your best taker. Take it out, but you have to, want to make a touch inbounds first because they're outside the 22. If they kick it straight out, it would go back to the spot. Let's see what we do.
Milwaukee powering over the scrum. They're able to field it cleanly again. A little dummy and a step back inside, but the ankle tap coming in from Emily Kranchuk. She's able to chop her to ground. Continuing to work the phases. They've got some green grass on the left-hand side for Milwaukee. And they've got some real estate behind the wing as it is a foot race now. 3 chasers on coming from Milwaukee and a little bobble there. Could this be a knock-on? But the knock-on goes right into the hands of the number 13, Milwaukee. Milwaukee's Dombrowski. She gets right over for another try, extending this lead 17-12. A kick to come right in front of the sticks from an intercept try right outside of the 40.
Yeah, that was an impressive passage of play. The quick kick there into space. I mean, she spotted the space back there. Nobody was sitting back for the kick. Boom, put it through. Good pressure by Milwaukee. That's a turnover, and then boom, to the post. Back time. Milwaukee's really putting it on the past 10 minutes or so.
Been a massive change in momentum at the beginning of this first half. The first 20 minutes, it was all Detroit. Big hits, big contacts. Really good ball movement. However, Milwaukee have shown a lot of adaptability. And with about 11 minutes left in this first half, Detroit is really going to have to answer back with a really big answer as we get ready to enter into halftime for this Midwest D2 Championship here in Chicago. Icy conditions, even icier play. Kick coming in from Detroit. We'll look to Try and get a kick that's right on the 10 for possession. It's contestable. Pressure's on, and the number 14 fields it cleanly. Madeline Miller, however, unfortunate bobble, looks like on the ground, and referee will give the ball to Milwaukee. Again, we see this little chip kick coming on. This is the pressure. There are 3 Milwaukee players on top of this one. The little bobble at the end, though, and the scoop up, the scoop to the whoop. She's able to turn on some jets. There's a lot of speed. Nobody is going to catch her from Detroit. Really just a beautiful play from them all around.
Yeah, that scoop is pretty impressive. Okay, that scoop is
It's a skill. And we see again, just weaving through the sides, making gaps for herself. The number 12, Rooney, putting on some plays. Looks like there's a knock on, though, by Milwaukee, electing to try and go right into awaiting players for Detroit. Running into a wall, trying to find a gap isn't going to work, but here we see the work to get over the ball, the counter rep coming in. It's a fight at ruck time. It's this knock on that happens right at the back because of the pressure that ends up getting Detroit a massive win. They are right within their half. Drums coming from Milwaukee, but the 8 able to work back on the inside. The referee says he used another player as a block and calls it as an obstruction. And here we see the work to look around for the 8-man, but Milwaukee right off to the races, ready to play for these last 9 minutes. The leg drive coming in from the number 18. Again, this ball movement we've seen. The little gap through gives a little looping play coming from Milwaukee. They're showing much promise, trying to find the offloads off the ground. A little pop from ground, and they are still working through the phases. The number 2, Jessica Gold, picks up the ball. And very good scoring position for this Milwaukee side, continuing to power through. They're right outside of the 22. Can they slot it over for one more try? It goes through the hands of the backs. He's able to find a little bit of space around, tries to dish a fend, but a good defensive effort from them, continuing to try and power over Milwaukee, trying to walk this in for a try, but Detroit not allowing much space, looking for an inside runner, finds it, but tends to work over. And the ball, they're lethal with ball in hand, the speed, but did Detroit work in that space? We saw a little bit of the hand tap. Referee says play on, still within the hands of Milwaukee. About 6 phases deep. Milwaukee trying to use the inside passes from the 9. Doing a good job of keeping the ball in hand and finding some meters. Again, the ball movement, continuing to round the corner. And Milwaukee will get another try. Milwaukee, incredible work as they're able to extend their lead 24-12 over Detroit. Detroit unable to find much answers for Milwaukee.
Yeah, I think for Detroit specifically, I mean, just in general, they said the last 10 minutes of the half are very important to set you up for the second half. So right now, I mean, Milwaukee's really putting it on Detroit. I think if Detroit can just regather, they got about 7 minutes left here, try to get some points, whether it be a kick, obviously a try is ideal, just to kind of start getting a little more confidence in their game and kind of building back up. Because right now, Milwaukee, they're kind of running all over the field.
And conversion is no good for Milwaukee, leaving the score 24-12. And Detroit showing much promise within this Midwest D2 championship. Kick to come as we enter into the last 5 minutes of this D2 championship. Detroit looking to try and give an answer back after Milwaukee continuing to put on the Jets. Looking to probably find possession as they find a kick to come from their number 10, Emily Hranchuk. She gets it right past the 10, and it'll roll over right into touch. Milwaukee now with the line out to come.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with the number 10, Detroit on Detroit's side. I think Emily's the name, right? We wrote that down earlier. She's put in some nice kicks, a couple good kickoffs there, and earlier, she had the little chip over. Some good skills by her to dummy for the try earlier as well.
And a line out comes in from Milwaukee. However, Detroit trying to fill in that space, but a little step, a little bit of a move, continues to find the ball in the hands of Dominique Gordon. She powers over. Dom dominating the contact, moves through the hands again, and a step on the inside, finding and slicing and dicing through this defense. Detroit now on the back foot as Milwaukee. It can go from the base, but getting up underneath the defender. She's powering her legs. She can't be stopped. They're right at the 50. Milwaukee finding that inside pop, the switch, making their way, chipping away at this Detroit defense, trying to find an inside runner. It comes again. Looks like she tried to pass it to herself. She's able to field it. Ball still in play. Milwaukee finding the runners through. Tillman has been everywhere this game with her leg drive. Ball moves though from the base and has now worked through these backs, continuing to try and find some space, but Detroit working over top of the ball. Showing a lot of heart, but again, Milwaukee continuing to find the gaps. A little step back inside. Can she work all her way around? The speed will kill. Can she dot it down for a try? Is unsuccessful, but stays in bounds. And she's bottled into touch. Detroit with the come across defense, but Milwaukee just finding these little holes in their defense, just not able to dish those big hits that we saw at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, I think Milwaukee now is starting, a lot of phases being put on Detroit defensively. A lot of good offloads, making Detroit really having to work across the field, making those hits, and it would be testing the defensive structure of Detroit. And you see it slowly but surely here and there breaking a little bit, they're finding little gaps to get through.
Captain Grafenberger tries to throw in the lineup, but Milwaukee now with the ball in hand. Nice little pop passes coming through. Good ball movement. But a not releasing penalty called by the ref, and they elect to go ahead and click. They want to play out of this, and the number 10 dishes that ball movement. But an intercept coming in from Milwaukee. Alexa Poole gets in the middle. Can she keep the speed going? She finds the support on the inside, and it'll be a try again for Milwaukee. We've seen their backs with the incredible ball movement and the determination. They continue to find their way in this try zone.
Yes, as we talked earlier, the tap and go is risky maneuver sometimes. Number 10 Emily elected to do the tap and go for Detroit. Took off there, got some meters, but not the best decision of the pass. Kind of a lot of people in traffic. Number 14 was able to scoop it up. Real impressive play by her, and then took off for a try. Boom,
Then it's the inside line that comes in from the number 13, the try scorer, Rebecca Dombrowski. It's the Fens that keep on coming from Milwaukee. They're just able to create some massive separation, and Detroit just not able to get their hands on. Pick coming in from the far right is unsuccessful, but Milwaukee can breathe a little sigh of relief as we enter into the last minute. 29-12, Detroit down, but not out. We've seen them show up, especially within the first 20 minutes. Very physical defense.
Yeah, they just gotta, take a breath, slow down a little bit, maybe, start a little in panic. All it takes is 1, 2 tries and we're right back in the game. There's still plenty of time for Detroit to do their thing. So I really think they should just probably finish this half out. Hopefully, get to the locker room, just take a second, regather, and then come out for the second half, and hopefully give us another 20 minutes of hard rugby to get them back into the game for the last bit.
We can hear the shouts from the fans as they know that these last 30 seconds are going to be important. Unfortunately, though, kicker Frank was not able to find 10. Referee will call it at the 50 for the final scrum of this first half for the Midwest D2 Championship for Milwaukee and Detroit. Both used to the cold weather.
You can see him trying to chase the game a little bit there. I thought if there was, my idea, I probably would have took the D, have Milwaukee take it out, and we can just go to half. Trying to just get intense so they can not contest and hopefully get the ball. Sometimes, you want to not chase the game as much, though.
And Milwaukee trying to show that they want to get one more try to their team. You see a little offload coming in. They look aggressive. They look determined. Milwaukee on the far right, and blue continue to pump their legs. There's Tillman right at the 22. She goes. Milwaukee finds it in the hands of the number 12. Can we see another try coming in from the number 14? She tinkers on the sideline, but unfortunately finds her way into touch. And that will bring us to half, 29-12. Milwaukee leading. Unfortunate for Detroit in this Midwest D2 Championship here in icy Chicago. Big things coming in today. We saw right from the get-go the number 10 Franco. She's been everywhere. She's able to get it over the line for the first try of the game. But then Milwaukee showing a lot of heart here as they were able to come back after that initial try. Continuing to extend their lead. Now we find ourselves at 29-12. We're going to take a break, but we'll see you back here in 10 minutes as we continue through in this D2 Midwest Championship. Stay with us. Midwest Championship. And Detroit will kick off to Milwaukee, who is leading 29-12. After a brutal first half. Midwest Championship here for the 2022 D2 Women's Final. Both teams battling it out. Detroit to the left in yellow, Milwaukee on the far right here in blue. And Milwaukee right off to the races as they continue to work that inside ball that we saw in the first half. But Detroit showing a lot of promise here in their defense, but referee sees a lack of discipline at the breakdown, and Milwaukee ready to play as they work their way a little bit past the 40, but unable to find success. However, an offsides call again from Detroit, allowing a lot of meters for this Milwaukee side. Milwaukee again finds it in the hands of Tillman. Tillman showing a lot of power, showing the power she's shown this whole half. Again, ball movement happening here as they work the inside right off of the hip of number 10, Pokorny. Pokorny again with the ball in hand tries to dish a dummy, but Fran Cook adapts quickly and efficiently from Detroit. Tillman again right at the 40. In the center of the field, Milwaukee showing options on both sides, but they elect to go to the right. Looking again for the inside, but Detroit putting them right back on their backs and right at the 40, unfortunately not able to find much room. Detroit is all over Milwaukee. And big runs trying to find a little hole in Detroit's defense, but Detroit holding strong as Milwaukee tick away. Tillman getting hit heavily by Detroit, not something common for her as Milwaukee looked to work it through the hands, but defense coming up, putting on the pressure. Number 7, who has been everywhere, Melissa Thompson. Again, we see her throwing bodies to the ground, but Milwaukee still with the ball in hand. Their forwards using those go forward runs, doing what their name says, trying to work around with some speed is Pokorny, but she's not able to find the space she wants, and they'll have to work it through the forwards again. Tiring play coming for Milwaukee. Milwaukee dishes a boomfa though, tries to create some separation, but is taken to ground, and a counter ruck coming in from Detroit, but Tillman still having the ball in hand. As Milwaukee look to work it through the hands, we see the speedster, the try scorer, gets past one defender, pops it off to a waiting number 9. Again, Milwaukee. Kyla Hensel delegating this play perfectly for her team as they continue to work through Tillman. Tillman taking bodies with her. Detroit electing to leave the breakdown alone as they continue to work the ball through the hands. The backs, lethal with the ball. But a counter ruck again, Detroit causing a lot of mess back there from Milwaukee. They're having to crunch down as this is tiring and fatiguing play from them. Big hits though coming in. Detroit pushing Milwaukee back. And taken to ground again is Milwaukee. Looks like we might have a turnover there coming in for Detroit. And they now have the ball. The number 6 back row player, Catherine Fiorlio, who's been great with defense, is able to get her hands on the ball. And Detroit will look for a little chip kick. Goes right within the 22. But Milwaukee using a little bit of footwork, and she's able to work past Detroit, who now are without the ball.
Ankle breaker.
The heartbreaker as Detroit lose possession in Milwaukee now with the ball in hand, but they decide to try and rip the ball away, but referee says that the attacker was already to ground, and Milwaukee again with the ball. She's isolated, but she's able to throw back the pass to Tillman. Tillman with the one-handed offload gives it to one of the backs. Continues to try and use her footwork on the inside, but the ball found within the hands of Brianna Lane, the 8-man, and she's driven back by Detroit, who are able to regather on defense. Pick and goes, an aggressive little behind tap, get them over the 10. Tiring stuff coming in from Milwaukee. Gives a little bit of a dummy, but elects to take it in herself now. Right outside of the 22. Continuing to get within that breakdown, and Detroit is now successful in getting the ball back. Big clear outs though coming in. An aggressive play from Detroit is able to get this ball away from the pressure area, and now they are on the attack, trying to get the ball to the last attacker, and the ball is stripped away. This is the try scorer, Picorni. She is lethal with ball in hand, gets the ball off of the foot. Referee continues to allow ball in play as it is now back in the hands of Detroit. Detroit elect to take it right around the fringes of the breakdown. And now Milwaukee will be able to reset on defense as they continue to come up and put pressure on. Unfortunately, goes right through the hands of Alexandra Bull. And now Detroit will be on defense, but she's able to get an offload. That big hit coming in from the number 8, Schraffenberger, the captain, trying to get some energy in this Detroit side as they move it through the hands again. A little bit of a dish of the footwork, the number 13 for Milwaukee. We've seen her everywhere, Rebecca Dombrowski, but she gets hit and she's held up by Detroit. What an amazing effort coming in from that player to hold up that try. The number 13 on 13. This is the contest. She holds the ball. Such smart play for Detroit. That's a valiant effort from Elvira Cabriezo Moreno. She says, oh no try today.
My coach always told me don't play around in the try zone. As soon as you break the plane, touch the ball down, because things like that tend to happen.
That's whenever you want a movie like dive. And now Detroit will get to kick out of their try zone. Cook decides to go deep, but doesn't. Gets the ball high, but doesn't get it deep enough. However, this works out in their favor as Detroit is able to get the ball after Milwaukee not able to field the ball. We see a very high kick right within the 22. Probably wanted for it to go deeper, but just the pressure after that offload, the wing goes to step away and is unable to connect for that pass, and it puts Detroit now with the ball in hand.
Yeah, big scrum here for Detroit. Really got to get a nice platform for your team so you could either attack if they want to or clearance kick it and get it out.
Detroit having the ball in hand with Cook. She tries to give a Sunny B that hits the deck and now has put her team under a lot of pressure here within this end. She picks it up off the base and decides to go ahead and dishes off one, continues to pump her legs, but is met by Milwaukee. An unfortunate breakdown error gets them a penalty. Looks like we have a little tit for tat going on down there within the breakdown. Emotions run high here for D2 championships. And here we see just trying to put in a lot of effort for her team. However, not being able to create the connection is leading to a lot of unforced errors. However, it works out in Detroit's favor as they're able to get a line out about 20 meters from where the penalty happened. Here we'll see a throw coming in from Schraffenberger, the captain. The retina technician overshoots that a little bit. And now Milwaukee will have the ball looking aggressive as they move it through the hands. The ball movement out in front. The speed coming from this wing. Can she make it all the way? Tries to step back inside. She's met by the number 18, Shura Sampson. It was quite the try-saving tackle there for her as they are now back within that 7-meter channel. Milwaukee continuing to use their forwards, punching through the line, but the referee notices an infringement at the breakdown, and they're off to the races again, right outside of their try zone. They're within the 5. Milwaukee running it through the hands, running it through the plays, trying to use their tanks of forwards to power over. Trying to look for the inside ball. Can they be successful in working it over? And referee gives them the try. Milwaukee. It's been all Milwaukee again for the first 10 minutes of the second half.
Yeah, if you really notice, Milwaukee's sticking to their game plan the most. Kind of throwing Detroit off. They're just, every time they get a nice break, they'll have a couple forward hit-ups, go back to their backs, find a couple speedsters. They have some speedsters on that team that are moving. And then they find a little bit of space to the middle, offload, or they try to hit the corner and really burn. And it's really, really stretching Detroit's defense and making them work really hard, having to cover the whole field. And that's why they're finding all those gaps in the middle. And then, they compile it with their great offloads and good hands. They got really good skills as well so far, especially at the beginning of this first half. You're seeing so many offloads. And that's really frustrating for a defense sometimes when you're constantly making tackles, but boom, the ball's gone.
And kick is successful, 12-30 for Milwaukee, leading over Detroit. Just unable to connect. A lot of individual efforts coming in from Detroit, but it's the team effort coming in from Milwaukee that's been the game changer. Here we see them continue to work through the faces, as Ambrose said, knowing that they have a lot of talent within their forwards. It's this last effort to work over top of Detroit that gets them the try, and Detroit not having an answer for Milwaukee as they continue to stick to their plays.
Yeah, initially in the game, I wasn't sure how I felt about that little switch they're doing with their forwards a lot. They're seeing a lot of good results from it. I mean, that try right there came from that little switch. They just take the point carry and they just turn it around and have another person running a little inside line. And, so far, it's paid them some dividends.
Subs coming on for Detroit. As we see some people getting off the pitch, some back row players trying to bring in their finishers, as we all call them, the ones that bring the energy and the intensity. Detroit are really going to have to light a fire as they kick off to Milwaukee that's able to field the ball cleanly to Tillman. Tillman shows she's all business today as she takes it right at the 40. Again, forwards coming in on the left for Milwaukee. And it goes to their backs. And a little kick, finding some space in the back. Nobody's back there for Detroit. Both having to come across, and big hits coming in for Milwaukee. Kick coming in from Bruni. She's been everywhere. And Milwaukee able to cause a mess at the breakdown for Detroit. Detroit unable to get the ball. And a little kick off the back of the ruck. Causes for a little bit of contact here right at the 50, but be successful in fielding the ball as they continue to take it right past the line into their own territory. A little step on the inside, finding that inside gap as we talked about. It's the number 2, Jessica Gold. Can she find Gold? Unfortunately, just stopped by that try saver, Elvira Cabrioso Moreno, but the number 12, Bruni, showing that she's got no time for losses. She is extending this lead for Milwaukee. Detroit finding themselves again back in their own try zone as Milwaukee, with the kick to come, we see the work rate for them to get around. There is just nothing but grass for Detroit unable to go ahead and work around for defense. And that's just stretching the field and impeccable speed from her. Bruni causing a lot of mess for this Detroit side.
Yeah. Milwaukee's has really, from the first 10 to 20 minutes, they switched up how they're playing, really started putting it on, just coming with a lot of waves, a lot of offloads. They're really, it's causing a lot of problems for Detroit's defense. They're just over-resourcing them and just kind of cooking them through the space once it opens up.
Kyla Hensel, the captain of Milwaukee, able to get a converted try for her team, 12-43, as more subs come on for Detroit. As we enter into the 56th minute. Kick to come from Detroit. There on the left in yellow, Milwaukee on the right. First 20 minutes were a tie ball game. However, Milwaukee have stuck to their game plan, and Detroit unable to adapt to a very aggressive Milwaukee side with a kick that will land right over the 10. So is able to get that ball cleanly as Detroit are swarming over top of the ruck. Milwaukee finding some good meters around the breakdown. They'll look for their backs, but Bruni having to try and gather that pass at her ankles, and it'll get called back for a scrum. Detroit now in the half after being down in Milwaukee try scoring territory. Big support coming in for the Midwest D2 Championships here in Chicago. Cold, overcast conditions, but it has been nothing short of some heated play coming in after Milwaukee tries to bowl over top of the Detroit scrum. But the dummy with the switch, she's got room to burn, continuing to pump her legs. That's a substitute coming in for Detroit, one of those finishers that you need. But Crancrook decides to give a chip kick, but she fields it cleanly. About 5 meters were gained after that kick, but Milwaukee showing some broken defense as Straffenberger gets her team back into a good attacking platform with runners to come. There's our line breaker. Number 18, Shara Sampson, continuing to work over. She's wanting that ball in hand as they move it to the left. Straffenberger has it. She gives it to one of her teammates who is met heavily by some big hitters. Number 10, Hrancook, gives it to a little gap, finding it within her number 14. A little pop off of the back, the try saver. Now the try scorer, number 13 for Detroit, Elvira Cabriezo Moreno. She finally gets a try on there for her team.
Yeah, and this is what they really need to do. Detroit really had to get some points at this point, just to kind of answer and keep up, or try to keep up with what Milwaukee's doing and the points they're putting on. Really good try right there, way to work. Number 13, really get in the corner, get them 5 points. See if they can make the kick.
Now hard angle there after Detroit made them really have to work for this try after Milwaukee kind of pushing them towards the left-hand side. Very tough angle. You can see a little bit of wind going in the background. They'll have to take that into account with this kick. But Detroit showing that they still want to play in this game for this Midwest D2 Championship, where a little over 20 minutes, D2 champion will be nominated the winner.
Crowned.
Crowned. Kick showing promise, however it falls short, and Milwaukee still leading 43-17 after a Detroit try. Again, we'll see here the ball movement. She works to get around that defender. It's this little ball to hand as she's falling. That skill allows the last 5 meters needed to get over for that try zone. We've seen Moreno really work to protect the try zone with a bunch of try savers. However, her efforts are needed on attack as she gets another try for her team.
And now Milwaukee having to kick on the far right in blue. Haven't found themselves much in this position to kick off. And chasers are on as they find it within the hands of Detroit, who kicks it right off of the bat. But a good contest in the air finds its way in the hands of Milwaukee. Milwaukee trying to work their way around. There's a little bit of some power, gets her right over the line. The fend, the number 8 Milwaukee will answer right off of the bat. Brianna Lame, she can't be tamed. She gets it over for another try. What an answer after Detroit had to fight so hard for that last score.
Yeah, and man, that kick, I wasn't really a fan of that. I'm gonna have to take my credit away back from number 10. She's really chasing the game heavy, and she's trying to just take it upon herself. Kind of went for that little kick right there that led to the turnover for Milwaukee. And Milwaukee doesn't need any help scoring at this point, so I really think Detroit should try to keep the ball away from them and just focus on possession, because every time Milwaukee gets it, boom, slicing through. Just like we see on this replay here, number 8 scoring a nice little try.
Now the importance of possession is going to be massive in this game, because Milwaukee shows a lot of promise. Also a lot of promise off the boot as they're able to continue to put on the points against Detroit. Detroit getting a try less than 2 minutes ago. However, Milwaukee dominating here in this D2 championship, 50-17. Detroit on your left, having to put on a lot of pressure here as we enter into the last 20 minutes. A lot can change, but a lot is going to be needed here for Detroit to really put themselves back in this game against Milwaukee.
Yeah, I agree a lot. I mean, anytime you see a 50 on the scoreboard, it means you're really chasing heavy. You're having to do a lot there. So, 20 minutes left, long time to do something, but they really got to get going now, and they really need to figure out their defensive structure to stop Milwaukee from just slicing through.
Looks like an unfortunate error coming from the number 10, Fran Cook. Substitutes to come, Detroit rolling in some more subs here, trying to get some fresh legs on. It's cold out here in Chicago, so fresh legs are going to be needed if they want to continue to play in this game against Milwaukee. However, Milwaukee finding themselves with the ball. They'll be grateful for this kick as they set up on the 50, where we are less than 20 minutes away from crowning a Midwest D2 champion. Good scrum though, good platform here from Milwaukee as they work it to the back, and it's sent off to Bruni, who gives a little kick, finds her way with the ball right outside of the 22. Detroit, however, coming up with a penalty. They will now have the ball, really utilizing that kick to try and find space. Just an unfortunate chase leading to Detroit.
Yeah, and I mean, if I'm Milwaukee at this point too, with almost 65 minutes gone, I'm gonna constantly be kicking. I'm gonna try to put Detroit back in their half and make him really have to work to get across the field to score some points. I'm happy with just playing defense in Detroit's half if I'm Milwaukee at this point.
Unfortunately, not straight again. The wind is out, and it's very important to win the lineouts off of the set piece. Referee now giving the ball back to Milwaukee. Detroit unable to reap the benefits of the penalty they just received. And now subs will start to roll in for Milwaukee. Time looks like it's off as the player tends to...
I think 17 had to get something sorted on one of the props.
The props always have a contact issue. Time is back on. Milwaukee put in, coming in for Kyla Hensel, the captain, who has been impeccable with her delegation of the game. She'll continue to be massive with the ball movement. Pudding coming in from her. It's worked back through the scrum. Now back at the 22, the number 8, the try scorer, Brie Lame, is met heavily though by the number 9, Captain Ariana Castillo for Detroit. Again, showing this line speed, but they're able to find the connected wing there for Milwaukee, almost in touch. She's right on that sideline, but Milwaukee still have the ball in hand, continuing to work it through their forwards. This is their bread and butter. Can they get into a groove to get another try? Tillman, powerful runner, continuing to work her legs. It goes through the hands of Milwaukee. Good ball movement as it comes off of the face of one player, but she's able to regather at her speed. We've seen her time and time again. The number 13 again, Samantha Urich. Rebecca Dombrowski, my apologies, is able to get it over for another try. Again, we start here with the chase. It's this little kick that causes the disruption of possession, and Milwaukee, as a Detroit player, you don't want them to have ball in hand just because of this reason. It's this line break coming in again from Brie Lame, her try from earlier. We see what they can do with ball in hand after they have a little bit of space. Detroit just giving them way too much. And it'll lead to yet another try that came from Rebecca Dombrowski. Height might be her nickname. I hope that's her nickname. Kick is good for Milwaukee. 57-17. Detroit down by 40 points during the last 15 minutes of this Midwest D2 championship. Wow.
It's really impressive because Detroit scored, I think, the first 17 points of the game, and since then, Milwaukee's 57 points unanswered. Or maybe, no, I'm sorry. No, I think Detroit has scored one since then. So, I mean, Detroit scored the first 12 points, and then since then, Milwaukee's just been piling it on. Number 13, she's just been cooking left and right. It's really hard to find. I don't know who my favorite player on Milwaukee is, so far.
Yeah, the back's finding a lot of really good, successful runs as we get ready to watch Milwaukee try and play out of their end right outside of the 40. Again, doing what they do best. The forwards love the contact. They love the run-ups. Doing a good job of maintaining possession. Milwaukee gives it to the number 10 with a high tackle coming in from Fran Cook. But unfazed is Milwaukee as they again find it within the try scored. 2 high tackles. Do we have another advantage? Milwaukee continuing to fight through, showing no regard for the high tackles. Detroit having to work. Tillman noticing all of the high tackles. She likes to go low. This is what we've been talking about. Finds the magnet within the try saver, Moreno.
Love forward in space. I always tend to run into the person as opposed to the space, but that was a great break.
Yeah, she decides to go low after high tackles coming in from Detroit, but Detroit again showing a lot of grit within this defensive line. But does Milwaukee have the space? They move it to the wing, number 11, Kayla Smith, as she takes it to ground. They're about 7 meters out as they try and hit the hinge of the breakdown with an offload coming into contact. Forward showing a little bit of interplay as it moves now through the hands of Milwaukee. Big fend, big separation, tries to find the loop with the cutback inside. They still have ball in hand. The try score is taken to ground, but a big poach coming in. Could this be from the captain, Schreffenberger? She has been everywhere. She gets over the ball. The captain taking the reins for Detroit. And now Detroit will have the ball, stopping Milwaukee from getting a try. Using their forwards, they're continuing to use the pick and goes. Milwaukee trying to throw in some forwards for a counter ruck. However, Detroit still holding strong, and referee noticing a little bit of an infringement as she loses her feet. And now Detroit will be able to kick out of their 22.
Stayed in.
Unfortunately, does not go out for Detroit. Looks like it could have been a knock-on, but referee says play on. And now Milwaukee will have the ball again, finding it in the hands of Kyla Hensel, the captain, who's done a good job of keeping Milwaukee on their strict game plan as they continue to work it through the pick and goes, maintaining possession for the last 10 minutes of this Midwest D2 championship. Milwaukee with the dummy. She did it again. She did it twice. The number 10, can she make it thrice? Nope. Gives it off for an offload. Unable to find herself into the try zone. Tries to give an over-the-back pass. Referee says continue to play on, but Detroit trying to get in that space. However, referee didn't deem that she had the rights to that ball, and the number 2 gets it over for a try. Jessica Gold, the cashew. Right here, we see her just recognize that Detroit is taking their time to get back. She's anxious, she's ready. The little hop, skip, and a dive right here. She works to get under Detroit and gets her own try of the match with a kick right in front of the sticks. Milwaukee 62-17 over Detroit.
Yeah, the number 10 and number 13 by Milwaukee, it's almost like they're taking turns breaking, you know. One time it's the 13, next time it's the 10. The last 2 times, I mean, they didn't really finish the braces straight away, but I mean, just constantly putting Detroit under pressure. I almost feel, you know, just the amount of tackles Detroit has had to make throughout this game. This is why I think we're starting to see them kind of break down, and it's easier to break through their defensive line because they're just, you know, they've been making tackles all game. Playing defense a whole game is very tiring.
And after a try coming in from Cashew, number 9, Kyla Hensel, is able to get the ball over the sticks to extend the lead 64-17. The last 8 minutes before crowning a Midwest D2 champion in Chicago here. It's looking like it might be safe to say Milwaukee will take this game. However, a lot of heart still left in Detroit. They're known for their grit. They're known for their ability to remain aggressive. Game's not over until the final whistle, and both teams working extremely hard to get to this point. Detroit able to get the ball over the 10 as it's fielded by Milwaukee after ball hitting the ground. They continue to get past the defender. Detroit trying to get through into the breakdown, but they are pancaked. Again, Milwaukee using their forwards, working it through the backs. A little step away from the pass, left lane, almost without the ball, but she's able to get it after Detroit, work over, and now a mess happening at the breakdown. A lot of physicality here as both teams are vying for possession of that ball. Detroit finally with the ball in hand. Castillo moves it to her 10, who then moves it to our try scorer, the number 18. She's powering through, continuing to move her legs as Milwaukee tries to get over the breakdown, but Detroit still moving the ball, still using their leg drive, again showing that grit we just talked about. However, Milwaukee not wanting to allow them much time at the breakdown. The number 1, the prop. Props don't stop after she gets an offload to the try scorer Moreno. This is looking magical for Detroit as Castillo does a little bit behind the shoulder pass. However, she's able to grasp it from behind. They're knocking at the door, but the ball looks almost available as they try and work around. A lot of fatigue starting to set in as their runner is isolated. And no contest at the breakdown allows them to continue to move, but they get tackled right back on top of their own teammates. However, the number 15 trying to find some offloads there, attacking the line hard, but they're not finding much ground. Nobody can bring this number 18 down, though. She's dishing so many fends. Shara Sampson. Here we see Detroit choosing the hard route of trying to take it right into Milwaukee. We've got some hard hitters. Continuing now, she's isolated. Can they work over the ball? This counter ruck coming in from Milwaukee. They know how to play. Almost 8 players having to be committed from Detroit, and now Milwaukee with the ball. And they'll look to try and play out of their 22 as they pick and go from the back of the ruck. Now moving it to a one-off runner. She's unable to find success in her offload, and now it's a battle for possession. Maul almost happening in the middle, but she's brought to ground. Still fighting for the ball is Detroit, but Milwaukee allowing themselves a little bit of patience as they work it through the hands. Here's some speed though, a finisher. Can she make it all the way? Cuts back inside. Moreno, the try saver. She's not gonna stop her. This is a run by the number 16. And Chatina Bean. Tina, the reserve, the finisher. Some crazy speed here.
That might have put the exclamation mark on it for sure. You know, Detroit was attacking there, had a potential opportunity to possibly get some points on, and then for it to just turn over like that. And then we already know Milwaukee has some speedsters. I think that was actually a sub. She's probably fresh legs as well. That's really how you impact the game and just kind of put an exclamation mark on the win.
Milwaukee showing that their bench runs deep and skilled. Now we'll have a kick right in front of the sticks coming for Milwaukee as we enter into the last couple minutes of this D2 championship of the Midwest here in Chicago. Captain of this side, Kyla Hensel, continuing to extend this lead as she's been able to slot some points for her team. 71-17, Milwaukee still leading as we enter into the last 5 minutes. And again, we see this long line break coming from a finisher, finishing off this lead for Milwaukee as they are at 71 points over Detroit. But again, both teams ending their season, the last 3 minutes. This is when you see the big hits and the crazy plays, is whenever everybody realizes that their season's about ready to come to an end.
Yeah, and I kind of hate to see it, honestly, because, I mean, the scoreline looks very different. But, I mean, Detroit's really putting on the game. Like, they're going out there, they're really hitting. I've seen a lot of good tackles by Detroit. They've had some good opportunities, some good plays. It's just they haven't finished off some things. Milwaukee's just been able to keep possession for a lot of the game, especially after those first 10 minutes. And, you know, speedsters with the offloads that they have, they're just putting it on. But, you know, a lot of credit to Detroit. I mean, they're still, look at them right now. They're still working really hard. Got the defensive structure, making tackles. Like, that's a big hit right there. So.
Big hit causing a knock on and a penalty now for Detroit. Again, here we go, right off of the bat. Traffenberger, the captain, who's kept the intensity for her team. She's about 5 meters outside. Can they get another try? Showing their effort. Detroit now powering, continue to use their legs. Are they going to get one last try? They've got a little room to burn, but this is the number 9, the captain. She's almost there over. But Detroit, the number 1, she had a line break earlier today. Did she get over for the try? Still knocking at the door. 71-17, Milwaukee already leading by a lot of points after they are committing so many people to the ruck. But it looks like we have a successful try coming in from Detroit from Madeline Parks. Finally, a score for Detroit. It won't do them much good as they enter into the last 2 minutes. Unfortunate. However, it's this grit, this determination here. We saw the counter try and come in from Milwaukee, but the dive over protecting the ball, that's a skill that everybody needs if you want to try. Traffenberger here excited. So grateful for that try for her team.
And it's like you said, you know, it's the last bit of your season here. You don't want to end it on, you know, a 50-point swing where a team just put 50 on you. So it's really nice to at least, you know what I'm saying, show some pride and put a try in to end the game, you know, put your own kind of little exclamation mark on the game. And just, you know, show that you're still fighting for the whole game. Like, that's respect. You know, I respect Detroit for that a lot.
Kick to come from Detroit.
Oh, shit.
Moreno here will try and convert this last try, but it is unfortunately short. 71-22, Milwaukee still leading, and that will be game for the Midwest D2 Championship. Milwaukee, it was all Milwaukee for the last 60 minutes of this match. Showed absolute heart here after a grueling game against Detroit. Milwaukee on the far right in blue after celebrating winning this Midwest D2 championship here in Chicago, Illinois. It was cold, but they made it look easy. We saw chip kicks coming in from the number 12, who was everywhere this game. Bruni causing a lot of mess here. This was the scoop up coming in from the number 13, Dombrowski. She was everywhere, putting on points for her team. It was here though, Hancock, who was a really big player, but she gives an over-the-top pass where we saw their defense just get into these channels. It's the skill though that they had, the offloads, the fends, the separation, the space. Detroit, with moments of brilliance, we saw them try and work around and get some points on the board, just unfortunately not able to get as many points as Milwaukee. There she is, the number 8, Brianna Lame. We see all of the fends that they were able to do. It was just fend after fend. Detroit had no answers for them throughout this match, and that is why they are the Midwest D2 champions.
So, question for you: who, in your eyes, would you say, MVP? Let's say commentator's MVP of the day.
Rebecca Dombrowski, the number 13, was absolutely everywhere. As we see here, this was the intercept coming in from her wing, Ashley Cole, but it's her ability to work around right here. So Dombrowski. Again, Midwest D2 champions, Milwaukee on the far right in the blue. They're able to take this away. Come back soon. We'll have the D1 championship here in Chicago.
text pictures to this number and then I'll tell you exactly. How about that? That'll save you any posting. Okay. All right, I'll Yeah. Some rock.
Right. Right where the rock is. Right there. Good. Hey, Stevie.
Hey, you know what? Not me too much longer.
I told you to stop going around. You don't want to listen to me. I think you know you're gonna build.
Yeah. Woman.
What?
How old are you? 6? Yeah, I thought you played 6.
Sometimes the accent.
Yep.
It's usually a really good.
When I used to play. Just starting to do something up
Because they were not happy. Oh my God.
Hello?
Oh, yeah. You could have. Play it. 93, 92.
Hello?
Yeah, I was very surprised. Yeah. I get on the ground and I get
If I get on the ground, it's intentional. I'm not getting up anytime soon. I'm down here for a reason. We gotta travel. We gotta take it serious. For the game, right? Yeah, Johnny, you got to stop smoking for the next 2 weeks.
I guess they're doing a technical zone on that side.
Yeah, I'm on that side, right? Okay, hey, Stevie, I'm going to be on that side the first half of the game. So I want you to stay on the cover, okay? There's not going to be a lot of space for you. Yeah, I think I'm going to do it. Okay? And then well, he's pretty slow. You can probably walk and catch up with him. But
as far as I see it.
Run. Welcome back to Chicago, Illinois, where the D1 Midwest Championship is happening between the Chicago Lions and the Minnesota Metropolis Valkyries. Big matchup today happening. My name is Darian Lovelace, joined here with Amro Gouda. We're here talking you through the Midwest D1 Championship. As we see on the far right, Chicago here still in the huddle. They'll be in the black jerseys. Here on the right, setting up will be the Minnesota Valkyries. Big matchup. What can we expect just based off of the D2 championship game we just saw between Detroit and Milwaukee?
Yeah, the game before this, initially you see now Detroit get off to an early start. They had some good defense, good structure. But Milwaukee took over with pace and skill, a lot of passing. You see right there on the replay, that was the beginning of the game. The last game, number 10 scored, had a nice dummy for a try. And then they actually scored their first 2 tries. And then that's when Milwaukee started kind of taking over the game. And they scored, I think, something like 40 unanswered points. And then kind of just took over and ended that game. So going into this game, I think again defensive structure and keeping that integrity as far as like the inside and the outside man coming up, making those tackles. We'll see. I think that's going to play a lot of dividends. Set piece is going to be real important. We're going to see as far as scrums and lineouts, which forward pack can really take over and dominate early in the game and give a good platform for their backs to attack off.
Big matchup happening here again. Chicago Lions on the left, the Metropolis Valkyries on your right. Big matchup happening here for the D1 Midwest Championship. All women coming to the end of their season here in Chicago. Conditions a little bit icy. The wind has picked up. However, these teams both look ready for an intense battle as we go to kickoff. Referee David Zakaria, who will be leading us through this match, asking the captain of Minnesota if she's ready. Looking at the Chicago Lions as we get set for this kickoff. Number 12 set to kick off for the Chicago Lions, Marty Martinez. She elects to go within the 40 and the 22. Minnesota is able to field it cleanly, doing a good job of getting over the ball. They move it to the left. Strong ball movement happening early on for Metropolis as the ruck is secured just right at the 40. Goes within the forward. She takes it straight into the middle of Chicago. Chicago having to work to get back on defense. A wayward pass ends up not finding the hands of any of the Metropolis players, and they're having to regather back behind the 40. A little bit of step on the inside, but strong defense, low tackles, and low counter rucks coming in for Chicago. But referee Zukaria calls it, and a penalty will go in favor of the Chicago Lions right within their own half, just outside of their 22.
Yeah, right here, I think it was a really good start by Metro, some good phases. But again, you know, Chicago starting off with some good defense, coming up, making the tackles, applying pressure until they had a penalty. Now they're able to go to the line out here and, you know, give their backs their first platform to run a play and see if they can be the first team to attack.
A kick to touch from Marty Martinez actually puts their team back 2 meters after that kick, not allowing them to really gain the benefits of that penalty, but it'll still be a Chicago put in right in Metropolis zone. The yellow scrum cap right below the flag. She's set with the ball ready to throw in. Ball's in the air, but it is taken by a Metropolis player. She ends up on her back. Did the Chicago player get in that space? And she has, wanting to try and go quick, but a little bit too quick, ended up losing her footing, and referee Zukaria will call it back for a knock on. Unfortunate errors happening here early on for Chicago.
Yeah, I mean, it is a D1 championship game. I'm sure there's some jitters, a couple first minutes of the game, a couple mistakes here and there. I think it'll be important here to see which team can settle down and just get into their rhythm a little bit, get into their pattern, and just start really putting some pressure on the other team.
And Tom Foley will be refereeing this match as he lifts up his arm for an advantage for Chicago, who took Metropolis all the way back 5 meters, a massive scrum penalty for them. That was a defining moment for the first scrum of the game. Foley doing a good job of calling that one back.
Yeah, that's really what you want. Those the front rowers, the scrum, first scrum of the game. You got to come out there and just show them what you're about. Kind of exert your dominance in the game, and boom, you get a penalty kick for a line out, and now they have another opportunity to do a line out there and set up a nice platform for an attack.
Big scrum happening from the front row of Annabelle Diaz, Ben Hershik, and Hunter Moreland for the Chicago Lions right off of the bat, really showing their dominance here as we go into a line out once again with Chicago right within their 22. They like to go in the middle. Ball looks like it's not straight, but Foley sees the tunnel better than the commentators can, and they decide to go into a maul, continuing to barrel through. It's up at the front. Will they get the top player down? Good smarts of working in that space, but referee calls them for not rolling away. Interesting call from Foley.
Yeah, if I'm Chicago right here, I'm thinking about possibly a scrum, maybe a line out. I mean, so far their throws haven't necessarily been super crispy, but we know it's looking like their scrum is dominant. So that's definitely a tool that I would look to use later in the game.
Here, maul was called. Player gets caught up at the front, and they bring them down. Metropolis called for not rolling away. Referee recognizes that as a tackle, and that is why it's a penalty. Again, Metropolis just giving about 30 meters now to Chicago as they are now within score zone. Referee, though, gives possession back to Metropolis, calls a short arm penalty. Is talking amongst the team. Looks like it's just a restart. Lots of communication happening early on from the ref just to really set the tone of the game. Chicago throw in to come.
Yeah, I think Chicago right here is going to go back for their maul. Look at a maul. They can get the line out. Just try to push it in for a try. Ball gets pushed back to the hooker there. And then they just keep pushing.
Continuing to roll through just to see if black. However, Metropolis able to get them all down. But it's still at the back of the ruck as Chicago elects to pick and go, bowling over Metropolis. And also an offsides penalty just short of the try zone. Looked like Metropolis successful in holding them up. Now Chicago will look to tap. Their 10 decides to try and move it through her backs. Metropolis putting on the pressure. Marty Martinez just tossed around, thrown to the ground. Metropolis now on the front foot. The Valkyries showing a lot of grit here and aggression as they continue to work that pick and go, but Chicago going in high, able to get over the top. Again, another pick and go, tiring stuff coming in from Chicago right from the get-go. Still here, picking and going, chipping away. Chicago already trying to stick it to the forwards. A little bit of space here. They've got the leg drive and the momentum. Go through the backs. 10 goes to 13. She tries to get it to the wing with the good catch down by the ankles. Exciting stuff here. Will the ref call it back for an offsides? And again, Chicago, after 4 penalties from Metropolis, it's been all Chicago for the first 6 minutes.
Yeah, really good attacking position for Chicago. I don't know if I was a super big fan of the tap and go there. I think they had some, they're starting to assert themselves with some dominance in the pack. I think this is the better decision right now, going to the line out and setting up another maul, try to really push that maul into the try zone. Tap and go.
Tap and go here. Chicago, again, they know how good they are with ball in hand, so they decide to try and take it straight up. The 9 to 10 connection, finding a little bit of pause there, and Metropolis is in the face of Chicago. Right outside of the 5, Chicago still with ball. They go to the right. A big collision happening, working past the defense. Metropolis on the back foot. They're right outside of the 5 meter, right in front of the sticks. Still with the pick and go. Chicago using their forwards to power through. Getting over the ball. Ball is out. Metropolis recognizes it, but a Chicago player is on top of it. Moving it away from the pressure area. They've got space to burn on the left if they're able to move it, but a very messy breakdown happening right outside of the post, and referee Foley says that it's a penalty in favor of the Valkyries. Chicago, all of that work for the 6 minutes for naught, as the Valkyries now are able to get their first kick. However, it does not find touch, stays within bounds, right within the 5, and they're at the 22. Chicago on the hunt again for a try. Will they be able to get out of this zone? Moving the ball wide, changing up the tactic. A cutback on the inside, find some space there. A little bit of a bobble there at the back. Referee Foley bringing it back for an advantage, it looks like, still in favor of Chicago.
Yeah, a lot of penalties here early in this game. I think, we're still working with some early game jitters. But, Metro's playing really good defense, keeping Chicago out. They just, they can just stay away from committing penalties. They can really, I think, start reaping the rewards of that.
And Marty Martinez sat right in front of the sticks for the first penalty kick of the game. About 8 minutes in very achievable range, right within the 22. Marty Martinez gets the first try on the board for the Chicago Lions.
Yeah, I think that was a smart decision there. Just get your team some points. Start getting comfortable, getting into the game. That should help them settle in moving forward into this game.
Now, Marty Martinez, not only is she able to convert kicks, but she can also wiggle her ears, a very interesting quality to have. But Chicago now able to breathe a sigh of relief as they get ready to go into the next 10 minutes. Metropolis again on the far right side, wearing pink and purple. Chicago in all black on the left, who just scored 3-0, and a kick coming from Metropolis for the restart. Chicago now with ball in hand. They move it through the hands, looking for runners again. The wing having to reach behind the shoulder, but she stays in bounds very well. They're just outside of the 22. Very good ball movement happening, but Metropolis and their line speed are just not allowing them much ground. They're now in the center of the field, but not gaining much meters going forward. Looking to move it through to the number 13. She gets around the defense. She's taken down to ground. The number 6. Again, the 10 having to gather the pass. She's down. Metropolis is all over that ball. Foley recognizes it early, and he gives them the penalty. They're on the attack off of a quick tap. Continuing to work past the 22. Chicago trying to get into the ruck, but Metropolis not allowing much ground. They continue to go forward. Still doing a good job. However, Foley again. Both teams getting very ill-disciplined here within their red zones. And Metropolis looking to make a decision as to whether to quick tap from or to kick out of bounds.
Yeah, I like that earlier quick tap. The pressure was on, the defense was offside. You tap it there and gain some points and see where that goes. This one right here is more, I like this decision as well. The defense is already set. You're not going to really gain much from the tap and go there. So now you just set it up, boom, go to touch. Set up a line out, give your backs great platform to run a play and hopefully put their first points of the game on the board.
Shayna Sparrow finding touch successfully there after a missed one early on in the game, and now it'll be a Valkyrie line out right at the 5 on the right end of the field. They do a little movement there in the line out and get a jumper up in the middle. However, Chicago getting up there quicker in the air and winning the space in front. Referee Foley, though, recognizes that there's a knock on, and Chicago now will get the ball after Metropolis finally made their way into this.
Yeah, I'm sure the wind conditions and you know out there are not helping the line out piece. That's why I think we're starting to see these teams quickly go to their tap and go. Um, you know, sometimes when it's really windy, depending on how confident you are on your line out, it just makes more sense. It's tap and go as opposed to risking losing your line out.
And again, we see right off of the bat a strong scrum from Chicago and the number 8 taking it right up into the guts. Haley Andreasen is already off to the races. A big fend coming in from Chicago, trying to work around the outside shoulder. They're still within their 22. Looking to probably get out of this end is Marty Martinez. She's got the boot and gets it out into touch to relieve some pressure off of Chicago. It'll be a throw in from Metropolis right within the 40.
Yeah, just looking at the line judge and his flag back there, you can just see there's a lot of wind. I'm sure it's not making them super confident in these lineouts. That's why they're probably having a quick little huddle up, trying to go to their safest play just so they can win the line out and get it moving.
After reconvening to try and adapt to conditions, they go ahead and look to throw in for the line out. A good throw, but again, Chicago recognizing they want to go in that middle space and they've got to jump her up. However, referee notices the wind and calls it back as not straight. Chicago having the option, they go ahead and take a scrum right on that 15-meter channel line. Again, we see here Metropolis trying to go up in the middle. They do a good job finding ball to hand. It's not straight, but even with the not straight call, that Chicago player, the aggression in the air, tries to work her way in front and is successful.
Yeah, they say a disruption is just as good as a steal.
Either way, tomato, potato.
Yeah.
Scrum coming in Chicago. They do a good job of fielding that. The 9, trying to put a little bit too much pressure on it. Referee Foley already has his arm up. That'll get called back here for an offsides penalty. Again, the ill discipline of Metropolis really allowing a lot of meters for Chicago. See, they're right off of the bat because of the ball being protected, still under that 8-man's foot. The 9 doesn't have any rights to the ball.
Yeah, those are kind of silly mistakes. This let Chicago off the hook. You know, they had them in a good position there. They're in their half. Yeah, they had the scrum, but that's a good place to be overall. Now they, you know, let them really pressure kick for touch, and now they're able to have a line out further down the field.
Not a very high scoring match here starting off the bat within the first 15 minutes. However, a lot of nerves and a lot of kinks and a lot of adaptability to still go through as we have a throw-in. Successful throw-in coming in from Chicago. The wind doesn't mind them as they continue to find a gap. She is like the wind. This is some incredible speed by Chicago. Can she stride it out all the way around? She beats the fullback. She's past the 22. That is the number 11 for Chicago. She's going to dot it down for a try. Serena Milano.
As I was saying earlier, you see right there with a good line out, a good platform for your backs to attack off with the rewards that could be. Great run by the winger right there. It just, you know, bent her ears back to the house.
And coming around from the back of the lineout, she recognizes that little disconnect in the defense right there. As she recognizes that the 12 gets in front, it's this fence. She just puts her head down. It's the stride, though, the trust in your speed. Transferring the ball to the right to create that separation. But that's just a very good individual effort from Bulano. Metropolis probably having to talk about how to adapt to a very strong-looking Chicago side. Very clinical in their attack, Chicago looks. But Metropolis, we have seen them look pretty equal whenever they do have ball in hand.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Metropolis is having good phases. It's those penalties, the health discipline that we talked about earlier. It's really hurting them. So watching this replay here, you just watch it again, a great line out. You know, the winger takes it and just says, you know what, I'm going to take this to the house. And just puts her ears back. One missed tackle. Yeah, it's a great stride. Great try right there. But yeah, going into this, now Metropolis has to settle in and just, you know, kind of just clean it up a bit. And I think that they'll be able to have some success.
Metropolis here on the right side. We're here for the Midwest D1 Championship in Chicago. Windy, cold conditions, but that's not putting a stop to this game. Chicago leading 8-0, and Metropolis kickoff. Chicago fielding it cleanly as they work it from left to right across your screen. Marty Martinez throws a low pass. The clock unable to gather it, and now the Valkyries trying to win the ball back as they're putting on the pressure, throwing in bodies for rucks, and it looks like referee Foley sees that they are losing their feet in the breakdown, and Chicago again getting this ball back. Metropolis having to work harder now to find that discipline. It seems that Foley's noticing a trend, and at some point there might be a card. Ball's kicked but is not fielded cleanly. A knock-on happening right at the 50 now will give Chicago the ball back yet again with the scrum to come.
Yeah, not to be the dead horse, but so far, just got to clean it up a little bit for Metropolis. You know, they're putting pressure on Chicago in their half, and now, you know, Chicago has a scrum to them over the 50, all because of, you know, penalties and still silly mistakes.
Scrum now coming in with the Chicago put in from the number 9, Aaliyah Bellcross. She moves it out from the base and is now working it through the hands. A nice straight line though coming in from Chicago. Is that the number 13? Just a nice straight line. These long line breaks. She's going nowhere but the try zone, but she stopped 5 meters out. It looks like there might have been a knock-on heartbreak for Chicago after such a beautiful line from the number 13. That was Betty.
Yeah, Chicago's looking really dangerous right now off of their set pieces. You know, we've seen it earlier off the line out, and now I think that one's off the scrum. And, you know, they got some people that are trying to strike it off the ball and just finding the space and attacking it heavy. Yeah, that was a number 13 right there.
Betty, who played on the boys football team in high school, really showing her skill there and the aggression to hit that line at pace and to hit such a straight line. Good recognition of space from her, but unfortunately, the rush of getting that close to the try zone causes the Valkyries to have ball in hand. But referee Foley recognizing a little bit of a discrepancy there between the two front rows for Minnesota. Ayana DeValler, Emily Geluso, and Libby Berg really are going to have to dominate this scrum after Chicago has done a good job of barreling over.
Yeah, this is, I would think this is a pretty dangerous place for Metro right now, even though it's their ball. Chicago has shown a dominance in the scrum, and I'm sure they're going to try to bring it there. Good hold by Metro, though. Nice, clean scrum.
Metro doing a good job of keeping the ball in, and now it's off to the races for Minnesota. Minnesota showing a little bit of jazz with the footwork and some leg drive there, as now they are right outside of the 22. Good ball movement and good game management as they'll look to kick for touch and clear out of this end. Good kick coming in from Metropolis, as now we are right outside of the 50 with a line out going to Chicago.
Yeah, things are starting to look a little bit cleaner for Metro there. They're able to put some phases together, get a good clearance kick, relieve the pressure that Chicago was putting on them. Hopefully they can continue here with some good defense and get a turnover and you know, maybe start attacking a little bit.
Midwest D1 Championship again here in Chicago. We're 20 minutes in to the final. Lineout goes down the channel, and it is again in play for Chicago, going through the hands of their 10. But an unfortunate call here, a forward pass. Heartbreak again for Chicago when it looked extremely promising for their ball movement.
Yeah, if you notice with Chicago's line, I know they're just going to the front pod, trying to simplify. They realize the conditions are the ball being in the air, going to the back. So they're just going to the safest option in the front and just playing off of that, which I think that's a pretty smart decision there.
Scrum coming right within the 40 and the 50. Chicago on the left in the black with Metropolis on the attack now, trying to get it back into the wings' hands, but a big hit, big collisions coming in early, but the leg drive, the latch, continuing for Metropolis. They're doing a good job working to get over the ball and a beautiful clear out, but an unfortunate bobble coming in from Minnesota just right on the tip top of her head, and Chicago now have the ball. Looks like we will call it back here for a penalty. Calling it for coming in from the side for an offsides call.
Yeah, Metro was looking pretty good on attack there. That was the first couple of phases they were able to put together in Chicago's half that, looked dangerous. And, Chicago let him off the hook there and gave him a line out. So they went to touch. Again, they're going to try to do what Chicago did earlier, set up a good line out, a good platform for their backs, and hopefully they can, get a try as well from a good attacking play there.
Now it looks like referee recognized that the team was offsides for Chicago, and now Metropolis will have a line out. Again, not straight though. It just goes to the far right with the wind blowing that way. What would be your consolidation after two lost lineouts here in the middle?
Yeah, if you noticed, Chicago just going to the front pod. They're just lifting the front person and just making it an easier throw for their hooker. Metro's still trying to do middle balls and back balls. If I was them, I would just stick to just being really basic, going up in the front, trying to win it up there, and just building from there. At least winning the ball is more important than trying to set it up in the right place.
So Chicago again showing dominance in the scrum, a little bit of push for Metropolis, but they hold strong. A collision though happening with the back row 8 and the 7. And now Chicago looking to pick and go to try and get some real estate here back in their end. Will they kick right off the bat? Marty Martinez is ready. A very high kick, won't get them much meters going forward. It'll be a Minnesota throw-in.
Yeah, so this would be a perfect place to enact that. Just go front ball, quick lineup, beat him in the air, give your hooker an easy throw, and I would honestly either try to maul it there, or just try to crash up with a center or one of your forwards, and at least give yourself a platform so you can start attacking and building some phases. Because once Metro picks up a couple phases, they're looking really dangerous.
Will this be the curse of the commentator? I think that they heard Amro. Unfortunately, just goes over the top of the jumper's hands, but finds its way in her teammates. And now Minnesota still having the ball, continuing to try and power through Chicago that are waiting for the attack. They look to go left, continuing to try and get through this gap, but will there be another offsides call yet again for Chicago? Both teams again getting so nervous here back in their red zone. A quick tap try will result in Metro finally getting some points on the board.
That's the moment right there. Try to tap and go, 5 meters out, everybody's backing up, quick tap. And you get the rewards for a really good try, the first try of the game.
Yes, and she will try and convert her own try, it looks like. Fortunately, cannot see the number of that player. However, the recognition that Chicago wasn't back, wasn't ready, taking advantage of that. And now she will look to finally put some points on the board here for Metropolis.
Even though the player dropped it, I think they were a lot more successful in getting it down the tunnel straight and getting it to their player. So I think if they revisit that piece, that might help them down the line of the game.
Showing a lot of smarts here from both sides, from Chicago as well as the Metropolis Valkyries. Here we've got a contestable kick right at the 10, but Metropolis able to field it cleanly from their try scorer. She continues to power over right at the 40. Metropolis with ball in hand, look to go left with a little kick, but it's blocked by Chicago and fielded cleanly. They're off to the races. Can she take it to the house? After a try from Minnesota, she's stopped, but it won't be enough. enough. She's already through into the try zone. Chicago is ecstatic about that intercept try.
There's nothing better than when you score a try and the whole team just jumping on and celebrating. It's beautiful right there. And again, like Chicago's showing that they're a good team. You know, one of the signs of a good team is how quickly you respond when you get scored on. You know, within seconds, they're right back up, put the pressure on, and great block there by can't see the number, but what a phenomenal block! And then he gathered it herself and then just put her ears back and just took it to the house. That was a great individual play there. It started off with the line pressure. I think that was Rachel Greeky. But that was a great block, good line speed off the line to make the block happen to start, and then just scooped it up and was able to just take it to the house there.
Marty Martinez set for the conversion. She's 1 for 1 today. Goes a little bit to the left though. That wind taking the ball and running with it. She'll be 1 for 2, but again, Chicago leading over Metropolis 13-5. Big answers coming back. Can Metropolis answer twice? Again, the determination, the skill right off the tips of her fingers. She'll take it all the way into the house. That is the number 15, Greeky. Beautiful play, individual play by her. 13-5, Chicago still leading. On your left and black, set to receive the ball from Metropolis. A kick goes right into touch. Gives a little bounce before, so it'll be a line out. Coming in from Chicago. We're here for the Midwest D1 Championship again, where within the next hour, one of these teams will be crowned the D1 champion. Chicago set for a put-in. They like to go in the middle. And a good line out coming right off of the top, but a pass that again having to be bobbled at the bottom of her feet. That number 10 not able to get good ball from Bellcross.
Yeah, they've had it looks like they've had that issue here. I think 1 or 2 times. You know, if I was the number 10, I would probably really consider moving in a little closer to the 9. Just to make that pass a little bit easier, especially if we're going, I know they went middle ball there, but if they're going front ball, middle ball, and the line out, it's a harder pass for the 9 to get into the 10. So we just bump down a little bit, get closer to them. I think that'll help them a lot.
Metropolis off to the races. The number 8, though, is taken down by her ankles by the blindside flanker. Again, back shoulder passes are having to stop a little bit of the momentum, but Metropolis still continues to go forward, continuing to power through. This looks promising from them as they enter the 22. Quick ball movement and a little bit of a chip kick over. It's a foot race, easily contestable for anybody, but it looks like Chicago is able to get the ball, and they dot it down back in Metropolis's try zone. Very good recognition, though, coming in early from Metropolis.
Yeah, that was a good decision to chip it there. You see, she saw some space. She had her chasers already ready. Boom, tips it over. Gives them an opportunity to go get it. But great play by the Chicago player to jump on it and to touch it into the try zone into the drop 22.
Kick to come from none other than Marty Martinez for the Chicago Lions. Having to keep this ball in bounds right here. Ball's up in the air. Metropolis, it's a deep kick. But now Metropolis is over the 22. Stepping back inside, dodging 1 tackle, dodging 2 with an offload. Now it's just a matter of powering over the line. They do a good job, but Chicago's in that space. We see celebrations. Chicago knew it right off the bat. That's a big turnover for them from the number 4, Sarah Berry.
Yeah, that was great defense of Chicago. Initially to stop them from scoring the drive with a chip kick, and then after the drop 22, having some good pressure, making tackles, and then ultimately getting a poach, getting one of the players in there to go grab that ball, and now they get to relieve the pressure and have a line out further down the field.
Ball goes up and over the 50, goes into touch after rolling, and that will be a put in for Metropolis off of a line out. Again, having to probably use the front pot as it is windy, icy conditions. Chicago throw-in happening for them.
Yeah, I know Chicago's trying to set up a line out here and ideally have the same type of result they had off the last line out where they scored that try.
Number 9, Bellcross, maybe recognizing that Balsamo is too far away. She tries to take it in off the dummy. However, she's met heavily by a bunch of Valkyries waiting. And it'll be a put-in coming in for Chicago after an unfortunate knock-on off the Valkyries jumper's hands. Ball comes in through the channel. This is a very good scrum, holding strong. 8-man looks to pick and go off, but she's met again by a very strong flanker, Diamond Mettinger, but Chicago using some forwards to continue to show their depth. The number 10, though, switching fields on the left. We've got a line break here from the number 6 from Chicago, Sonia Arndt. But the ball's moving now through the right-hand side. Big run coming through. She's a little isolated, but she works the ball back to her 9. The 10, trying to show a little bit of go, wanting to throw a Sunny B, but it's intercepted by the Valkyries. Are they over the ball? Referee's going to call it back for a forward pass. Way to risk it for the biscuit, though. That was almost too good.
I like it, though. I like it. Oh, man. That was about to be a very nasty play. But
we saw this textbook turnover earlier. You can already see the recognition with her strong body position over ball. It was an intercept that happened here from the Valkyries after a wayward pass, an attempt at the Sunny B from Chicago. And now it'll be a put in for the Valkyries here on this right-hand side. Both teams competing in this last 10 minutes of the first half of the Midwest D1 Championship here in Chicago, Illinois. The put in comes from the number 9 scrum half, Drea Sortillian. She moves it now to the back, and it's off to the races for the backs. They elect to take it right in the 12 and 13 channel, center on center. Defense is set for Chicago as they come up and put the pressure on the Valkyries. Valkyries, though, using their latches, using their bodies, powering, driving through the line. Again, taking it over the 50 into their own half. They look to go left. The 9, thinking that she saw a little bit of a gap, gets about 5 meters. Valkyrie still with the ball in hand. A little pass right off the ankles and a slight line break. This is good interplay from the Valkyries. However, unfortunate knock-on as we saw so much promise from them.
yeah, that was very unfortunate. They were looking really spicy right there. All they really would have taken was getting it out to your backs right there. I know you see Chicago's all turned in. All their props are tight to the ruck. They got 7, 8 players behind the ruck. There couldn't have been that many more defenders off the screen further out. And I know if they would have just gotten it out to their back line there, they would have probably got a nice little break, if not some points.
Chicago now with a put in within their own end.
Metro has actually been holding down the scrums a little bit. Initially I thought that Chicago was going to take the dominance battle away in the scrums. But, Metro was able to hold it down and win their own balls and hold the pressure a bit.
Chicago, though, just driving over the scrum. The number 8, that match happening against the number 7 just isn't happening. But we see a big hit. Have a seat. The number 14. Number 11 for the Valkyries. That was Oshania Rake. She's wreaking havoc here as the Valkyries continue on the defensive end. Ball is loose, ball is free, there's an offload off the base, and now the Valkyries have it. Looking for the big hitter, but recognizing that there's too many Chicago players in that gap. They look now to continue to work on their fend. Noticing some offloads, there's some ball movement happening. A gap is taken now. The Valkyries are off to the races. She finds the wing, a little bit of an over the top, a cut back inside. Will she find the try zone? Yes, she will. She's down in there all the way. What ball movement from the Valkyries.
Metro's for the board for sure. It started off with that big hit. I gotta hopefully we can see the replay of that. That big hit was great. And then they got the ball and they were just building phases until finally they were able to attack it there on the wing. And good footwork by the winger there to score. Let's see the replay right here. Yeah, look at this big hit coming in. Boom! I think that was number 13 on 13. Big hit by 13. Yeah, let's watch it again. Could watch that all day, honestly.
That's the number 11, Oshania Reek.
Oh yeah, that's right.
She comes in right here, Superman sign on her back, gets her all the way to ground. That turnover really starts to fire up your team. Metropolis came off of that, and now a kick to come on the far right side.
That got me fired up. I'm ready to go play.
Kick looks like it's got the distance. Does it have the accuracy? Unfortunately falls to the left. Metropolis, though, 10-13 with Chicago leading by just a penalty goal. 3 minutes left to go in this first half of the Midwest D1 Championship. What a match.
This has been a great game so far. I mean, every time it seems like Chicago might start dominance and taking over in this, the Metro comes back with a little bit of attitude and flexes their muscle a little bit too, and just puts themselves back on the board. So yeah, great game so far with the last 2 minutes coming up here.
Chicago will get the restart here on your left-hand side in the all black. Deciding on to elect to go deep to buy some time or wanting to continue on in this first half with a close kick. Close kick, it's contestable, but it's fielded cleanly. A big high tackle though coming in from the number 13. Accidental, a little bit too high for referee's liking.
She was trying to come get hers back. She was the one that got it. She wanted to come get somebody. Unfortunately, she just can't high there a little early. But I do like it though. She's fired up. She's ready to come back and do some work.
And now the Valkyries will be able to gain some meters here, kick it out of bounds. And that is a good kick. Again, we saw here earlier, this was the ball movement we were talking about from the Valkyries, working it through the hands. It was this little spot in the defense that ended up getting a little bit of a try. It's that cut back inside, the good footwork, the speed. Trying to work to get it closer, but unfortunately the conversion was no good.
See what they do here in the line now. This is the line out trying to go to the back out there. Turnover to Chicago. Now they're just building some phases. Sealing a penalty against Chicago for sealing in the right, quick tap by Metro.
And they continue to use that ball movement now. The cut back inside has been lethal for them. And they continue to work it through the hands. Here's the try score. Did she put on some feet yet again? Gets the offload. This connection is unreal, but a flash of the hands. Did they get into that space? Chicago hit off of the ruck though. The Valkyries still with it. Big Fen right to the ground. Continuing to push through. This looks good from the Valkyries. It's strong. Kick and go straight into the heart. Here's their kicker. She gets to ground. Referee calling for the release of that player as the Valkyries now moving it through the hands. Throws a little bit of a dummy. Tries to work around. They're right at the 5. Big counter ruck though coming in from Chicago. Can they win this ball? Everybody's in, but referee recognizes them not rolling away. And Chicago now with the ball in hand after the Valkyries just put on a show.
Yeah, that would have been a crucial score right at the half to put them up. Feeling really good. I mean, they already had, feeling pretty. Didn't find touch. They give them another opportunity. They probably should have just tapped that and kicked it straight out to end the half. But now they give Metro an opportunity with numbers to attack.
Trying to work it out wide again. We see the step back inside. They're right back into Chicago after having an overload, but the ball still working its way in. Referee Tom Foley, though, seeing an offsides call. And now Metropolis will have more time for another score. They go quick, trying to move it. Number 14 gets hit heavily. Gives her a taste of her own medicine. We've got a player down. The number 14 has Metropolis is still on the forefront. This is a big collision happening. As the injured player goes to get up, Metropolis moves it away from the pressure area, working it through the hands again, but Chicago coming across quickly. They get in the face of Minnesota. Minnesota gives a little chip kick right out the back of the try zone. Unfortunate for them. However, the first half is called now for this Midwest D1 Championship. We've got Chicago leading 13-10 over the Metropolis Valkyries. Big hits, big line breaks happening. We'll be here in just 10 minutes for the second half of this D1 Midwest Championship. Stay with us. absolutely brutal hits here in the first half. Coming in early tries, but nothing short of easy for either teams as they are playing defense. Metropolis there on your left-hand side in the pink. On your right, Chicago. Metropolis set to kick off, and we are underway for the second half of the Midwest D1 Championship. Chicago Lions, a knock-on early on in this first half. Not how you want to start the first half. I'm joined here by Gracie Martinez. How would you want to start this second half for the Midwest D1 Championship if you are Metropolis?
I would definitely want to get that ball cleanly. Just making sure that we keep going up the field and just adjusting to anything that we're seeing in front of us.
And it'll be a Metropolis put in, but the Chicago Lions with a scrum penalty, and they look like they wanted to go quickly. However, Tom Foley says that's too quick for him. He calls it back for the penalty. Chicago now will look to exit out of this end as they look to find touch. However, it's fielded by Metropolis. They're taking it cleanly, and now they're off to the races. Metropolis now knocking on the door of the 50, but a big counter ruck coming in from Chicago as they barrel over, and now they are on the attack just within their 40. Chicago moving it through the hands, a little dummy and a step back inside. Will she take it all the way to the house? Right off the beginning, Chicago with a finisher of a sub. That was incredible play here within the first 2 minutes of this second half.
What incredible play by Chicago. They're up right now only by 3, but way to solidify the lead. That was a beautiful dummy, don't you think? She had that nice little dummy and then took that step inside. That's what footwork gets you.
And a kick to come coming from Chicago again, showing their dominance here early on in the second half. An unfortunate knock-on right after the kickoff showed them to might be a little bit jittery. However, the wind now coming into play here for Chicago as they set up for this kick.
Yeah, I commend all the kickers. It's extremely hard to kick when it's really windy outside.
Extremely hard to kick in general.
Yeah, I would say so. You know we're forward, so what do we know about kicking? Let's see, she runs up. It looks like the ball is short.
Conversion no good for Chicago. After that try, it'll bring our score with Chicago still leading. This is early on in the game. This is the counter ruck, the big clear out, and then the pickup after she told her to have a seat. It was just the dominating quick ball movement. It was this dummy, and then the line break, and we are underway now after a restart from Metropolis. Chicago able to gather the ball, secure their ruck, and now they are moving it within their backs. A big line. She curls up into a ball and gets right over the 40. Chicago moving the ball through the 10. They're now working it into the outside center, but good outside in defense from the Valkyries pushes her right back at the 40.
I'm loving that ball movement from Chicago. It's making it very hard for the defense to know exactly when to come up and lay that big hit.
Moreland with the big clear out, and now Chicago noticing a little bit of some success, and then an offsides call. The Valkyries getting a little bit too valiant in their efforts to play defense, and now Chicago will have the ball.
Looks like it's gonna be Chicago ball.
Chicago now with the line out right within their 40.
They're approaching Metro's red zone. Let's see what they do.
Number 10, Ben Hershik with the throw-in. Chicago still in their normal line-out fashion. They look to go up in the front. Right over the top. Valkyries making it extremely hard for them to field it cleanly. Looks like they now have possession. Valkyries. Nobody wanting to try and gather that pass, so it goes all the way backwards. They're now deep with the
field. They're only a try behind, and there's plenty of time left.
Yes, as we enter into the second half of this Midwest D1 Championship, Chicago playing it off of the scrum. This is a switch and a crash line coming in from the backs. It's a good read, though, by the Valkyries as they're able to stop the momentum of the back line. The number 12, Marty Martinez, moving it back inside to a waiting forward. However, she is driven back. They're now at the 50. Movement coming, though, from the Chicago Lions, unable to be fierce with the ball in hand, a knock on. And the Valkyries now will have possession of the ball.
It looks like Metro has an opportunity to get the ball back and start making some steam down the field in order to get a try in the books. They're only 8 down a lot of time. And I can see the fire. It's definitely anybody's game at this point.
Metropolis put in here on the left side. We've got Metropolis in the pink. Chicago trying to barrel over, but not fortunate. The number 12 unfortunately gets caught in the way of the pass from the 10, and now Chicago is on the attack, coming right over the 50 in center field. Nobody really taking control of the ball, and it looks like it'll be the original knock on. Chicago will be putting in the ball.
It looks like a lot of these handling errors are really keeping both of these teams from executing plays like they want to. So I think if they can just focus a little bit more on catching and passing, you know, the fundamentals, they'll start seeing a lot more success in completion of plays, which will ultimately result in tries, hopefully.
Looks like we've got an early substitution here for Chicago, number 8. Susan Riggs will go ahead and take a break after playing in the first 50 minutes of this Midwest D1 Championship. Chicago with the put in, but the Valkyries just dominating at scrum time. The wave of pink goes right over the top. However, you get so excited, you have to take it behind the mark. Referee Tom Foley brings it back, and now the Valkyries will either look to quick tap, and they're looking to run with the ball as they continue to go through, but a big hit happening. Massive collision from Chicago as they try and defend their try line. Good go forward running though from the Valkyries, putting on the pressure here, building the momentum. A nice straightening line coming in from Chicago. The step back inside. Is this the try scorer for the Valkyries? She's met right outside the 2-meter. Valkyries though protecting the ball as they continue to go forward, making those huge collisions, but Chicago doing what they do best, trying to get in the way of that ball. Ruck looks good, however, referee calls it back for a high tackle, and now they'll go quick again, continuing to build this momentum. Chicago having to try and get low as they try and take on this forward at the top, moving it through the hands again. Hits ground though, massive feet coming in, and referee looks like he's digging in the pocket, possibly for an offsides call. That's too many infractions here.
That's 3 in a row now.
Too many infractions here as he looks to have a conversation with the captain as well as the defender. That'll be a yellow. Big loss here as they get ready to enter into this red zone for Chicago. They haven't played a lot of rugby down here, but the Valkyrie is looking very intent on finding a try.
Yeah, they're definitely in kicking range right now, but it looks like they want to go for it. I would definitely do that as well. They're looking good right now. They're looking like they really want to score. If they can just keep ball in hand, I think this might be their opportunity.
Metropolis now with 1 man extra over Chicago. However, big hits coming in, holding them up. But Metropolis, after a yellow card, is now successful in finding the try line. It'll bring that 15-18. Chicago still leading, but the Valkyries looking impeccable in their play.
Wow, what a comeback. I love seeing stories like this. This is why it's extremely important to just keep persevering and just keep driving and driving. You can see Metro wants this and it resulted in a try. Let's see how Chicago answers.
Right in front of the sticks, a very achievable kick here for Metropolis, who will look to extend their lead, bringing it to a 1-point game. A lot of pressure on as we enter into these last 30 minutes. Right through the sticks. Kick is good. 17 to 18. Chicago still leading, but the Valkyries showing that they are still very much in this game here in the Midwest D1 Championship for the women's 15s. This big hold up here looked like nobody was going anywhere. It was this smart, tricky play right off of the back. She recognizes the space. It's that little spin move to get the separation and the determination then to get a try for her team. The Valkyries still back in this game.
Looks like Metro is booming.
I just know how to work it. I just had a liability.
It seems like it's been kind of like a ping pong sort of game so far. So let's see how Chicago can answer to this. They're a very strong team. They can just keep passing the ball out how they do, keep working their skills. Looks like the kick is not 10.
Referee will ask the captain if they will elect for a re-kick or for a scrum center. Valkyries, of course, wanting the ball in hand, elect to have the scrum midfield. Perfect attacking platform. If you're an 8-man and a 9, what are you thinking as Metropolis?
I'm looking to the weak side. I'm trying to see if there's anybody there. And how can I use my numbers to benefit my team? I might do a weak play. If not, I would definitely do an 8-man pick right now. Pass it out to the 9 and let's see if we can get it out wide. And have our wings have a run at it. See, there we go.
A nice little trick play though right there within Metropolis, almost like it was scripted. They continue to get over as they get 10 meters off of a line break. The weak side play, 8-man now with the ball. She gives a little dummy after just having a line break. That offload, almost unsuccessful though, finds the hands, but Chicago getting in there. There's an advantage up though. Did she lose her feet? Metropolis still putting on the pressure. Chicago a man down as they continue to drive their legs, rolling Chicago players right over. They move it through the hands, but it hits off of the feet of a Valkyries player, and now Chicago has it, but do we have a massive counter ruck that just came in from the Valkyries?
I think we do.
Officer Foley going in the pocket again, it looks like, having to talk again with the captain. Looks like again an offsides penalty. There is 2 players down now for Chicago. The lack of discipline now, a non-negotiable for referee Foley as he reaches in his pocket yet again for Chicago.
Yeah, the ref is not having any of this offside business. Chicago has to stay disciplined. They're 2 players down right now, so it's very imperative to stay on sides and just keep that pressure up.
Good quick tap coming in from Metropolis as they continue to fight past Chicago. Looks like this could be a maul as they continue to drive the players upright, sending in bodies, sending in the power, continuing to try and run with it as they are now officially down, and Chicago holding them up is able to generate a turnover. They can breathe a sigh of relief after losing 2 players.
That's a great way to come back and ensure that you get the ball back. It's great game management and zone management as well. Let's see what they do with this. Scrum, they have been dominating in the scrum so far.
Chicago now will have the put in within their 22, but a big turnover happening. Metropolis, the 8-man, is right off of the base of the scrum. She wants to take it right up into the 10s. And an unfortunate mistake, just 1 extra roll too many. And now the Chicago Lions will be able to kick or touch to get out of this end.
really loving how Metro's playing so far, how they're answering back. They're still down only by 1 point, but they are not out of the game.
Trying to kick to the right-hand side. She does find a lot of real estate back there. It'll go right outside of the 40. A very beautiful kick to try and get these Valkyries out of their red zone. Chicago really going to have to relieve a lot of pressure off of themselves, as one more try could result in the change in momentum we've been waiting for this match.
Metro has the advantage right now. 2 Chicago players are down, so if I were them, I would definitely just make sure to keep ball in hand and just keep passing that ball down so that they can ensure a try. They have the numbers on their side right now. And it looks like they caught the line out. They have some go forward right now.
Chicago again, though, getting a not releasing penalty. Their body height being so strong in that ruck area has resulted in many turnovers. The Valkyries now, without the ball in hand, are going to have to work very hard to get the ball back out of Chicago's possession. Kick for the line out now as we set up right on the 40. Again, we see here the momentum, but it's the strong body height, the flash of the hands. That's textbook skill as a jackal thread in the contact area, holding on, maintaining your body height. And now Chicago will be able to be on the attack. Having to drop numbers out of the line out is the Valkyries, having to match the numbers of Chicago. They look to go in the front, but an early jump there is going to result in a penalty. Trying to get up in the air. The contest is good. And a short arm, of course, for the early jump from the Valkyries. The ill discipline leading to Chicago now being able to gain extra meters. But a quick tap happens early, and they're moving it through the hands now. Working it to the wing. Now it's in Marty Martinez's hands. She's at the 40. They elect to go to the left, continuing to move it through the hands. She cuts back inside and finds a little bit of a gap. The fends, the whips, the weave. It's a foot race now with 3 Valkyries players on her. She works the ball back now. Chicago playing with only 13 people now on the pitch. They're still rolling it through the hands. Good ball movement. The pass is impeccable, but the defense, the pressure coming in from the Valkyries, and a turnover ball now. The Valkyries with the ball in hand. The work rate and the come across defense now working in the favor of the Valkyries as they try and get yet another try. There's the referee's arm up for an advantage. The runner's isolated though. Referee fully recognizes that the coach was good. However, there was an offside penalty, and the Valkyries again early on just taking it right in, but a big hit. Chicago getting low, working hard. The number 6. Again, she's been everywhere trying to defend that try zone. Sonia Arndt. The pressure coming in from Chicago, forcing them back into their own half again. The Valkyries having to regather. They elect to go to the right with 2 runners now. She tries to take it to the line, but still not much movement. The number 2 working exceptionally hard. Marty Martinez is there as her camaraderie. This body height though with the counter ruck. Big counter coming in from the number 2, Ben Hershik. However, the aggression just leading to some ill discipline, and the Valkyries now have the ball in hand. Good steps back inside. We've seen her everywhere with those fancy feet, but she's being held up. A little bit of stoppage there, but she gets to ground. Valkyries still with the ball. They look to go to the right, moving it through the hands. The cut back inside with the looping play over top. She tries to field it, but it's hard to catch a ball when it's at your ankles, and possession will now go in favor of the Chicago Lions.
Wow, the work rate coming from both of these teams right now is astounding. It's either offense on one second, defense on the other. It's just great to see these teams, how versatile and how adapting they can be. I think one team can just keep hands on ball and keep that movement going, they'll start to reap the benefits of that. Just a lot of careless throws at this point right now.
And as you enter into the last 20 minutes of any rugby match, especially if you're down or up by a point, everything has to be tactical and clinical. Balls have to make it to hands, the possession has to be there. At this point, it's just a matter of who can have the ball, and Metropolis really has to slot in a try here, especially with Chicago still being 2 men down.
Exactly.
Ball's being put in back in there. Metropolis, though, barreling over. Referee, though, says you were driving straight up. Chicago, again, getting the ball back, and they'll be able to look for more possession off of a line out.
I had forgot Chicago is actually 2 players down. They're not even playing like it right now. They're definitely holding their ground against 15 players right now. Again, I think if Metro could just keep the ball in their hand and keep punching up the field, they will reap the benefits of their
They'll reap the benefits.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's all you need. You just need benefits. Lineout coming in here for the Chicago Lions. Valkyries still having 2 players up or not able to get over this try zone, with Chicago playing impeccable defense. And with the lineout coming, it's from players like Ben Hershik, who has been all over the place. She even gets a lineout in. What a good play from the hooker. And then the dummy coming in from the 9. She spots a little gap. She's going to take it right into the heart of this Valkyries team. Line speed looks good though, but a big collision. The boom, get out of here type attitude of Chicago is getting them over the line. They move it through the hands. Big line speed coming in again from the Valkyries. A little bit of gaps though opening up there. If Chicago can recognize them, they try and work it through the hands, but again, Valkyries pinning them back in a knock on with a wayward kick that goes a little bit to the left, but causes a knock on. It's a game of hot potatoes. They work it through the hands. Not somebody who you want to get it. This girl has feet for days. Still powering through after getting an offload to one of her forwards. Valkyrie's trying to find a way to work it through the hands, but unfortunately it's bobbled in her hands. Valkyries still moving the ball. They try and get it off for an offload. It looks good, but did Chicago get in that space in the breakdown? They're unsuccessful, and now the Valkyries have it. A little chip kick through. Trying to use the boot, unable to find success back there. It's a foot race, and it'll go out in the 5 meter.
Wow, what a game. I'm seeing a lot of kicks out here, which are amazing. As a forward, I'm not a kicker, but I would say if I'm a point down, I would love to keep that ball in my hand. Rugby is a game of possession. So you really want to keep, if that kick is not apparently there, just keep that ball in hand and just keep punching forward.
Line out to come here. Metro really struggling with their line out here, but they get up in the air. It's caught, however, not very cleanly as the jumper is brought to ground. It goes out through the back, and it looks like referee calling it for playing the man in the air. Now the Valkyries doing what they do best. They try and go quick. Looks like it might have been an offsides here for Chicago. Just a lot of very good defensive pressure as they continue to put on these hits for the Valkyries. Referee called it a try. The Valkyries now extending their lead. That momentum shift we were talking about, 21-18 now. Chicago finally finding themselves down here within the last 15 minutes of this D1 Midwest Championship for the women's 15s.
Wow, what an impressive try. I keep speaking about reaping the benefits, and here we go. They just kept punching it up and showing that they have rugby smarts and taking those quick taps and just trying to catch Chicago on their back heels. They definitely took advantage of also being 2 players up. So that was an amazing try on the Metro side. Also amazing defense for Chicago. They've had to play a lot of defense with 2 players down. So I do commend them for that. Still plenty of time on the clock. It could be anybody's game still. But what a comeback.
Kick is short from the Valkyries, and that will still, though, leave them with a little bit of a lead over Chicago. We saw here just the power of the forwards, the determination that they had. They've been trying to get in that try zone in Chicago. It took 2 players to come out for them to get over there. And with Chicago rolling in their yellows within the next couple of minutes, they're really going to have to dig deep and maintain possession as we enter into the last 15 minutes of this Midwest D1 Championship here in Chicago, Illinois. The home team, Chicago Lions, now down 18-22. Minnesota Metro Valkyries leading. Kick to come from Chicago right here on the 50 on the restart. Chicago electing to go deep to put them back in the end, but it's fielded cleanly by the Midwest. They take it right over the 22 as big hits are already coming in from Chicago early on. Ball movement, though, causes a lot of pressure to come in from Chicago as referee Tom Foley says that the Valkyries are unable to handle the pass and it'll be a knock-on going in favor of Chicago.
The stream is a little slow right now, but it looks like Chicago has another opportunity to have ball in hand. Looks like they're also in Metro's red zone, which is a lovely place to be. I'll just try to keep that ball right in that scrum and just keep driving forward as long as I can. Use our forward strength.
Chicago now trying to look to move it to the right. They're corralled, though, by a bunch of Valkyries players coming across, and they continue to try and go down this right-hand side where Valkyries are waiting. Looks like there's an offsides call coming in early from Foley. He's giving them a little bit of an advantage as they try and continue to attack this right-hand side. Valkyries getting a little bit too anxious on defense. They still have an advantage. However, fighting the ankles of Chicago, they're able to get them down. Chicago now moving it through the hands. Hershik with an inside ball coming in from the 13. Foley still having his arm up now, playing a second advantage for a high tackle. And Chicago now will have the ball yet again, right in front of the sticks, about at the 40.
And then now that these don't have like a finger.
Referee Tom Foley having a conversation with the captain about which advantage she'd like. Of course, you'd want to elect the one that's closer. Better angle for your kicker as well. So they will take the primary penalty, which will be right at the 40.
Is the Lions play today? What team is playing at 4?
And kick is good at finding touch. A line out to come for Chicago here on the 22. That put in there from Hershik. She's been everywhere, causing absolute havoc. And a score in the eyes of Chicago would mean regaining their lead over Metropolis, who just took the lead 3 minutes ago. They go up to the middle pod. Almost loses it, however, she's successful in maintaining possession of the ball, and this is a good driving maul starting early for Chicago. They go ahead and move it through the hands. This is good ball movement. A back shoulder pass, but the speed is on. Trying to find it within this try scorer who's got the feet. She's got the fence, but she's taken down by the ankles right within the 22. Good ball movement from them as Chicago still continue to try and go through. Moreland now, that right in the middle here, still on the 22, not meters beat, going forward. They like to go behind the back, not able to find and gather the pass though for the wing. And Chicago loses possession here right outside of the 22. Metropolis now will get the ball.
That was a great 2-on-1 opportunity for Chicago. We just gotta remember when we're running, it's kind of hard to pass accurately. So just taking those extra steps to make sure that that ball makes it to our teammates' hands so we can have that beautiful green in front of us, ensuring a try. Chicago is down and they can definitely use that. But definitely great effort.
Metropolis now with the ball on a scrum. They're able to maintain possession of that ball, and now they're working it through the hands. But it's a foot race. Ball was lost. It is now on the deck. Metro now still losing the ball. A little bit of a kick after the ball was bobbled will force the ball to go out into touch. Right here we see the line out coming from Metropolis, trying to get in that space. Started off of a wayward kick. No, it will be, looks like referee Foley recognized a ball infraction, and it'll be a scrum with a Chicago put in within their 22.
They're inside Metro's red zone right now. This is definitely the prime place to be. It looks like the scrum is disrupted.
Metro,
and
though,
run back.
Metro, though, off to the races now as they have possession of the ball again. But Chicago getting in that space. The breakdown fiends. The Lions are searching for every opportunity, and now they get the ball back as the yellow card's most likely ending here soon as they gear up for another line out.
You can tell both teams want this win. The turnovers are crazy at this point right now. Like I said, it's gonna play down to what team can keep possession of the ball the longest. Looks like we're less than 10 minutes into the ending of the game. Line out gets thrown over.
A match to the end, but again, the Valkyries getting way too excited, trying to get into the channel too early, which causes the short arm penalty for the Chicago Lions, and now they are back in position, back within the 22. The Valkyries really are going to have to dig deep and gain more discipline as they enter into the final 10 minutes of this D1 Midwest Championship. But Chicago already looking like they want a try as they continue to barrel over. The contact coming in early. Pick and goes happening. The Valkyries, though, are there, but the leg drive and the latch, the support of these breakdown fiends, the Chicago Lions, the chop tackles, though, coming in early from the Valkyries. They're still right within the 5 meter. Trying to use their forwards, diving at ankles, just trying to gain any extra kind of meters they can get from a strong Valkyrie side. They move it to the right as they try and go through the hands. She's met heavily, and a big hit coming in right on the number 13. She's taken to ground quickly as Chicago back on the back foot. Valkyries coming up, line speed with power. Big hit coming in for the Valkyries as they try and get in over the breakdown, and a clear out that would make WWE jealous. And we've got the Valkyries now on the front foot. They are going to take it in to the Chicago side, still looking for more points, trying to solidify this win. The Valkyries now with the ball, having to cut back inside. Good feet from the wing, but Hershik wreaking havoc. She's almost in that space, but is unsuccessful as it continues to move through the left. Continuing now as the player for Chicago is completely offsides. Again, the lack of discipline, but the Valkyries still going in a wayward kick, giving possession back to Chicago. Will this be the try? This is not somebody who you want to have the ball. She's fast, but a good try-saving tackle. Coming across, luckily, that Valkyries player is there, and now they're at the 50. Chicago with the ball in hand. The Valkyries coming up right off of the line. This is grueling stuff here for the last 5 minutes. The counter ruck coming in from the Valkyries, trying to get back the possession from Chicago. But a seal of a penalty coming in through the side. The last 5 minutes, both teams really looking for any type of real estate as we've got a player down for Chicago.
You can see how bad Chicago wants to score right now. Anything to get the ball back, anything to convert that turnover, and I'm loving the effort. Metro's had a lot of opportunities with ball at hand. I think if they just, again, keep trying to drive down the field and using those little pop-offs, which have proven to be very effective for their team, they can maybe dot one more try and solidify their win. But there's still plenty of time.
22-15 Metro Valkyries, after being down throughout the first 60 minutes of the match, now up 22-18 as we have our wonderful medical staff checking in on the players, doing a good job of ensuring the safety for all. We appreciate our volunteers Referee Foley, though, after the player has been checked, he's now calling it back for a scrum. The last 5 minutes of this Midwest D1 Championship. Chicago, the home team here in Chicago, Illinois, slowly watching their possibility of a D1 Championship being taken away from the Minnesota Valkyries. The last 5 minutes are going to be brutal as they look for the quick tap. Referee, though, states that he didn't recognize it as a tap. We get to breathe a little bit as the Valkyries were looking very anxious for a hit. Tap finds a way in the hands of a big runner who decides to take it right over up into the 40. No questions asked. This is good ball movement coming in from the Valkyries. They try and get into the passing lane, but take a player to ground as the Chicago Lions do a behind the back pass, but it goes behind the back, literally, of the outside center. She's met heavily by the Valkyries, who are continuing to put on a defensive effort as they watch the Chicago team barrel over. A not rolling penalty here from the Valkyries, forcing Chicago now. They elect to go ahead and quick tap yet again, and it is off to the races as the number 13 steps back inside, making good ground now for Chicago, defending the home turf. But the Valkyries again with the turnover in possession, 18-22. They want to keep this lead going. Chicago, though, no Lion to mess with. They are continuing to put in these big hits. The Valkyries just needing to maintain possession for these last 4 minutes. Chicago needing one more try after getting 2 yellow cards. Continuing now to work it through this left-hand side. Again, she's isolated. Did they work over? Valkyries still with the ball in hand, moving it to the right-hand side. Massive collision, though, coming in as the Chicago Lions look for the ball. Ball goes back behind the hands of Valkyries players, but they've got room to burn. She steps back inside, thrown to the ground, though, by Chicago, continuing to commit numbers to that breakdown. Play now slowing up a little bit for the Valkyries as they just need to keep the ball in hand for these last 3 minutes. 18-22, separating them by a little more than a try could mean the difference in a D1 championship. Big long whistle for Chicago as they get another penalty. They're still within range. The Valkyries having to regather quickly, an ankle tap tackle, but it doesn't get her to ground. Chicago looking for a score. Pressure at the breakdown, though, again. Referee Foley recognizing that they are offside. This is not something we want as a Valkyrie. They like to go back behind the mark. Here she goes. The feet, the step. Can she make it all the way to the try zone? The Valkyries are going to need a miracle. Chicago looks promising. They're 5 meters outside of the try zone and a not releasing penalty 3 times in a row. They're off to the races, almost to the try zone. Did she get over? Not just yet. Metropolis still holding strong, still protecting that try zone. They've got numbers to burn, though, to the left if they can move it. Chicago, though, unsuccessful with this pressure from the Valkyries. Still folding, still moving left. Number 15 looking for this try scorer. Do they have a try save from there? She dots it over. Looks like it might be a good try. Referee, though, gives a penalty try for a high tackle. Chicago, Illinois protecting the house.
No, he's calling it back.
Unfortunately, an offsides penalty that was called back. My apologies. Referee was running back to the center. An offsides penalty. Very good defense coming in, though, from the Valkyries. 78 minutes on the clock. Only a minute half to go. Can Chicago get one more in? This is a big play for them. Almost over the line. After a quick tap, they've got numbers to burn on the left and the right. Can they get it? Did she get spun over into the try zone? They've got space to burn, but a counter ruck from the Valkyries. Still running with the ball now is Chicago. Can they get it back to end this game? Chicago's still in their own end. But the Valkyries sending in everybody. They're making an absolute mess of the breakdown. Continuing now. Can they move it out wide? They've got the numbers to burn. The pressure is there, but taken to ground. They've got numbers to burn on the left, but a knock-on. 2 knock-ons. The Valkyries now. Only 30 seconds left in this Midwest D1 championship. That is game. That is game. The Minnesota Valkyries have taken the Midwest D1 championship, beating the home team, Chicago, Illinois, here in Chicago. Absolutely beautiful matches. Congratulations to both teams. Thanks for watching the Midwest D1 Championship. We appreciate you. Well done to the Metropolis Valkyries. I'm Darren Lovelace, Gracie Martinez, signing off.
What the heck? Okay, perfect.